Welcome here, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to a fantastic night. Of course, I might look brand new, and it's because I am brand new. Thank you so much. My name is Orbital. I'll be filling in here for week number 6, but of course, you know the ever so amazing Birdie Box, who will be on here for the next 2 series, same as myself. I'm very excited to be here to cast some CSGO. Birdie, how you doing?
Doing lovely. Lovely Friday once again. It's always a good end to the week. We get to watch some Counter-Strike, especially here at the Star League.
Oh yeah, it's a good time, and I'm very, very excited. I miss CS:GO. It's one of the old games I used to play, and of course, with it being around and the exciting, rumors or of course confirmations of the new game coming out, I'm very, very excited to hear about it as well. But that's not what you're here to talk about. We are here with 2 amazing series, hopefully going to bring us a lot of entertainment here tonight. First up will be University of Maryland versus Stony Brook University, 2 5-0 teams that have been going head to head, and with only 2 weeks left this week and next, it is all here for who gets first place. Next up will be California Polytechnic Pomona versus Colorado School of Mines, and that one's going to be interesting as well to see if we get some craziness to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify as well, these are both open premiere matches coming into this week, and so the same level of play kind of gives you an idea of what to expect coming into it as well. But as you highlighted, especially with this first series coming up, University of Maryland versus Stony Brook University, there's really lots to play for because both these teams are undefeated. It's kind of a statement, you know what I mean? These are the teams that are looking to fight for the top of this group to head straight into playoffs, right? And that's a big thing to brag about because it can be very difficult to work your way through, especially in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and that's it's one of the things that it's also one of the more strenuous games. I feel there's a lot of rounds, right? You're playing up to about 16 rounds or more, and then OT as well. It's a big burden on these players. So to be able to scale your way up, to be able to get to that top level, very, very excited to see what teams will continue. And again, this first match, I think, exemplifies that to probably the highest extent. Again, 5-0. These teams have been playing so long, 5 weeks. They've gone do so much, and again, we want to really take a look at some of the players that are coming out here. Let's go ahead and take a look. It is Ronnie, Tem, Crispy, One Rabbit, and Fade over there for University of Maryland.
There was Stony Brook, Windtone, I would say Caillou probably, Stank Lord, a lovely name, we could just have to clarify that, Lemchop and Dax to close it off, and interesting, we can start to talk about these rosters actually, and now that we've got this up, seasoned players on both sides, and league experience for most of these players outside of NACE as well, which is always something to touch on. You don't always get that in Open Premier. And coming into this as well, you do have the Stony Brook side, but a couple of these players on the roster, not only do they play in other leagues, but they actually play on the same team as well. So there's a little bit of extra chemistry coming into this, which we might be able to expect. Maybe we could see some of that in some of these rounds.
Oh yeah, and the fact that we're going to see some great maps as well, I'm very, very excited to see where we will go across. Once again, it's a best of 3, and we had some map bans coming out earlier, and so let's go ahead, take a look at where we'll be sitting on first, because I know the teams are excited and we are excited as well. Anubis and Mirage are obviously taken out. Don't want to touch those ones, but Vertigo, Overpass, and Inferno. Gonna be quite nice. Of course, Vertigo and an Overpass are, of course, guaranteed. And then if we really needed to, we go to Old Faithful, Inferno.
Yeah, Old Faithful, indeed. I would say it's weird that the original Old Faithful Mirage is taken out. I imagine they just didn't really want to pug it out against Stony Brook. But Anubis being taken out, I would say somewhat expected. I'd say one of these teams at some point is likely to have taken it out. It's very rare these days that you find teams, especially that don't play together consistently, that feel confident going into a map like Anubis. Vertigo Overpass. Vertigo's an interesting pick for me. I think that's one of those maps where you're either really good at it or you're really not, and that usually is shown pretty early on in the game. It comes down to lots of rotations, how you kind of approach the mid-round especially. It matters a lot in that sense. Overpass, we've seen that, I think, in every series for the last 2 weeks or something. It's been insane, and we've had absolute banger maps on that as well. It's one that always delivers. You get your operas popping off, you get your riflers lurking all around the map, finding nice sentries, opening up bomb sites and closing out rounds before they even begin. And then, as you mentioned, Old Faithful Inferno, it always delivers regardless of what teams are playing.
Now, granted, I'm also a super old head, so I love my Dust 2, but of course, we'll never touch Dust 2 for as long as we live, because good lord, no one wants to touch Dust 2. We'll never see the light of day anymore. But yes, I love the fact that you pointed out on Vertigo, it is one of those maps that you're either good or you're not. There is no real middle ground, and it's very surprising, right? There's a reason it is called Vertigo. There's a lot of verticality to it, but for some reason that throws some teams off their balance game, right? They teeter on the edge. Hey, maybe we can cross this beam so quickly, or they just fall off. I mean, heck, we've seen some players actually fall off, but that's in the past there. I'm interested though. For you, what are you taking a look at? You know, of course, there have been slight adjustments to Vertigo, I think, over the last couple of patches, but I gotta ask your opinion. You know, for the terrorists, for the T's or CTs, I mean, what are you looking at in terms of the sites? Are you more favored to A or B? Because I know you were pointing out that mid game, it gets very, very spicy for these teams.
So I'll be honest, it really depends on the kind of level of play you're looking at here. When it comes to like open period, we're not talking about professional players here. Obviously, getting the most out of your rotations, making sure your lurks are able to read those timings, cut off those players, and deal the damage that you would know lurkers are doing. It doesn't happen too often. If we get to see some of that action, where you'll see in the mid round someone walking up mid, that can be somewhat of a game changer if it ends up being successful. But at this level, it really comes down to, can you survive the first 20 seconds of the round and then carry on into the later stages. So we'll see contact over towards the A ramp a lot. If around all the utility gets thrown around, the smokes, the Molotovs, the team that gets the first kill there usually has a pretty good chance of winning the round. Over towards B, if the CT side aggressives a lot and finds information, that's usually, I guess, even over towards mid as well. Finding information can be a key part to figure out, you know, what's the goal in the late round, where can you go to give yourself the biggest chance of winning. And this is true for both sides in general. The more information you can find on Vertigo, the easier it is to bring yourself into a winning situation.
I'm very excited to see what they can do. And again, the information rooting is very important. You know, are you going to push up? Are you actually going to take that chance to gather extra information? Of course, if you do that, you know, hats off to you for having the absolute cojones to try that. I would not try that to save anyone, really, but we'll see what they can do. Again, we are going to Vertigo first, and I'm very, very excited to see it. But taking a look at Overpass, you were talking about it earlier, and I think anyone that has been watching Nace for a while also says the same thing as you. It's been played quite often, and because of that, these teams should be quite practiced on it, and this will be our second map. What are you looking at there as well? We were talking about the information gathering on Overpass. It feels a bit more stock standard, right? Just hit your shots and maybe you'll do some work, but the operas are going to be running around causing a bit of havoc.
Yeah, especially on the T side, being able to manage that AWP, knowing how to use your utility to force that opera off, it can be a massive part of the early round leading into the mid round and heading to the late round. That can even have an impact there, because if you use all of your utility to force the players back into the bomb site, you have nothing left to actually get in with, right? And so utility management's a massive part of Overpass, and it forces you to consider your options a lot more than you would need to maybe with a map like Vertigo, because you can contact out mid, go for some pre-fire angles, try to clear your way through. You could go up the ramp and kind of do the same thing, but on Overpass, you're fighting between a lot of angles a lot of the time, and on the CT side, even then you're waiting for a lot of utility off the spawn to give yourself some of those advantages. Or if you're a CT side that likes to play more aggressively, you'll use some of that utility to push yourself forward. You'll try to get up to the fountain. You'll work your way up towards the playground. You'll play around that party wall and try to trade your teammates, and that's all ignoring connector as well. Connector is such a massive part of the round, because once you start getting into later stages, the terrorists being able to work their way up, it's kind of a natural timing that forces the CT side to kind of push their way back. It's a risk you don't really want to take. Overpass is a map where the A side becomes vulnerable 30 seconds into the round, and so you do see that natural trend to fall back, and that's where the utility kind of starts to come into play. And even over towards B, you can't walk in towards B without that lurk getting 2 kills, 1-2 kills, or absolutely covering the bomb site with utility.
It's util central right there, and I gotta agree, it's one of those ones that you're just watching the lineups and you're going, man, I wish I knew those ones. But now we gotta go to that decider, and we'll touch on it briefly, and because we may or may not see it, I want to ask a bit more personal question. How do you feel about Inferno, right? Like, how do you feel about this map that we have seen in and out? Some teams do favor it. Does feel like that kind of baseline, you should be able to play it pretty easily. Yeah. What are your personal opinions about this map?
I love playing Inferno. I've been a B anchor for my entire life. I love the utility aspect of it, finding those timings, being able to read it as well, because you toss one flashbang, you turn the corner, no one's there, all of a sudden you have more information than you could ever have hoped for, right? It's an opera's playground, and I love watching Inferno as well, because when a team's confident, you can really tell. We've seen some games even here in the Nace stream previously where a team's playing confident because they just walk down mid, they cover the bottom of banana with Molotovs, they'll smoke the top of middle, they'll walk straight through and go for those peaks, they'll swing through the apartments. When you're losing on Inferno, you tend to feel it. There's the level of confidence that changes the way you play, that changes the way you approach the rounds, that changes the openings that you go for, and those really make the difference in a map like Inferno, where it tends to be I guess the opening duels tend to make a difference a lot. If you find those kills towards the top of banana, then why not capitalize on that? Let's sit a little bit, re-execute, or just go and run off the bat.
It really does, and I love maps that do generate that, because I feel like confidence it's not talked about enough. It's always interesting because, you know, everyone wants to talk about, oh man, this player is so good, so clean. They always watch how it goes, but there is confidence. I want to see players that are taking peeks confidently, that are moving confidently, that get a kill and say, hey, we can keep moving, or if a site is empty, we are confident in our chances of taking a gun duel. Of course, right now, we're in that information gathering period. We are going to Vertigo to give us our first taste of these two teams battling it out for a chance to knock the other down a peg. One team will continue on undefeated in series record, and the other will unfortunately have to take a loss here in week number 6. So let's get underway, Verdi. Let's see what these teams can bring out as we round our way around. You can go ahead and see the lovely ramp, as we talked about earlier, as well as some spires, and, you know, hopefully see people stay within the bounds of the map.
Oh yeah, I mean, you see, especially this part of the B-bomb site, this ramp area, you tend to see run boost here if the teams are feeling confident enough. That's always tends to be fun to watch. But this A-ramp area here, this is where you'll see almost all the utility disappearing at the start of that. You'll see 2-3 smokes, Molotovs thrown every single round, and that's what makes it difficult to work the later stages, right? If you toss all that utility and you don't end up getting any control off of it, all of a sudden you have to start taking risks to actually get onto the bomb site. You have to start clearing angles and maybe subsequently AWPs with just your rifle, and you don't always come out on top, right? And that's where T-sides can tend to struggle, but the strength in Vertigo, it happens in the lurks. If you can walk out the B-bomb site when you're duel and bait your teammate back and towards the B-bomb site take, it's great. If you can walk out mid, in the middle of teammates taking either bomb site and punish rotation, excellent. You've made things so much more easier for yourselves, and that's where this map really tends to shine. It's not really the individual, it's how the individual can complement the rest of their team.
Of course. And I believe we are underway. University of Maryland kicking things off on the T side. Stony Brook University gonna give it their best run here. We excited to see what they can do, as we are getting our first treat here. So a little bit of a split. Of course, going right up that side and ensuring this inside corridor, just saying, hey, look, we're gonna give it our first taste. Oh, Tem though. Tem hears something, gets peeked and gets deked on the side, loses a bit of HP. But now you're gonna look a little bit further. Smokes go out, pushing off that side, but Rabbit said, I'm getting lamb for dinner.
Straight towards the B-bomb side. Dax looking for this kill. You see the dual Berettas on the other side. Will end up getting that trade, but just alone in B-bomb site now. Stanglord will end up being isolated, taken down, and it's going to be that Stony Brook side to close out that pistol round. You see that mid-split. It's very common on Vertigo. You can see how quickly the CT side were able to react to that, shut it down, and make sure it didn't get out of control.
I love it. Very quick response time, and I mean, get those dualies out, have a little bit of fun, if you will. But Stony Brook not taking a moment to lose. They're going to go ahead and chase forward once again. It's a much deeper spread this time. Remember, last time they were holding a little bit, I want to say, inside of the pattern, but you can already see the rush on stairs right there. There's going to be a deep chase. They do have the weapon advantage, and Crispy said, hey, you're flashbanged. That's an easy 2 for us. Kaio said, not today, though. I'll take at least 1, but Tem racks up that econ. Said, thank you very much. 2 loss on the side of the CTs, and then of course on the Ts you're gonna be working with a little bit more weaponry than last round.
Absolutely. And quick correction at the top, it was actually Stony Brook to start on the T side, but University of Maryland, I guess, then losing 2 players there, I guess you take those. I guess if you're Stony Brook coming up with Glocks, just trying to go for those early duels and headed to the next round, it's a good situation. But now coming into this with the rifles, this is really where the bread is won. Coming up close, Fade.
Ooh.
It's a nasty angle, but unfortunately for him, if he sticks around too long, this is also one that tends to be cleared more often than not.
But if you pull it off once, you can, I would say you can get away with it later on in the game as well, right? If you get one, they're going to be checking, and then the one time that they're not checking, someone's sitting there and you're like, gosh, dang it, I should have checked there.
It's probably where you want to be putting that MP9. It's not a bad sport,
yeah.
But that's exactly what this flashbang is meant to clear.
Oh yeah, they do, and they do check it, but Fate still gets 1, so you know what? You'll go, I'll take that. You get 1 for 1. That opens up the ramp side a little bit, and you can see on that side, again, it is the T's going, I don't know if we want to force our way just yet, but on the flip, it's Caillou trying to clear out on the top side. Doesn't spot anyone.
That smoke.
Play this one nice and slow.
That smoke up there looked like a mistake from the CT side. That's one that they might regret not holding on to the later stages of this round. Pay attention to, because you've got the rest of this team flowing in. utility in hand. You've got a lurker towards this B-bomb side as well. Stanklord's just hanging around. You can see he's starting to make some noise. It's baiting rotations, and it's going to open this door towards A.
Oh, yeah, and you can see a lot of util actually thrown down on that B-bomb site, and because of that, a lot of it expended as well. Stony Brook will go ahead and get the plant down. Now the question is, can they get Dak out safely? The smoke is off. Quick spray up top, just clearing out on an upper level. Now on the ground level, it's Dak with the rest of the team backing up, getting prepped for this defuse denial.
Smokes will fade and finally open the door to this retake, but look at how much utility the CT side has left. It's, to give you a hint, it's absolutely zero. Rabbit's not going to need, though. Swinging through with the A1S. We'll find two before getting taken down, but Winzone, he'll have to pull it through alone. 3 kills with the AK at the end to clutch out the round for his team and to put the first one on the board for Stony Brook. What a way to pull it through, despite the fact that the CTs did not seem like they were going well.
Huh? That looked a bit scary there, but Wintone said, not today. And you can see the spray control really knew that, hey, it is going to be Maryland kind of rushing in the same area. Held down the fort, was able to contain, and once again, Fade and Tam rocking with not too much of the back pocket. A little bit difficult one for them to swallow. So Stony Brook, if they can identify this, should be quite happy. It's only a single rifle for Crispy. But the rest of Stony Brook saying, we're not too worried. We got those AKs and more.
Notice for a moment, Stony Brook seemed to have been considering to push through, but they noticed the lack of utility from the CT side to actually stop a push from the T side, and so that's why they're sitting back. They don't want to make sure that they're fighting on their own terms and baiting out whatever the CT side has to offer. And Stanklord, this is the lurks on Vertigo that I was talking about before, working your way up, finding contact, and just being a nuisance overall. Such a good role to be in, and if you're comfortable in it, such an impactful one as well.
They did this last time as well. Stony Brook were able to bait out so much util from before and really dance around Maryland.
Ooh.
So right now, though, that's Caillou going, I got this one, but you don't. Crispy able to take one, but Dak and Lamb follow up quite nicely. 3v4 now. This quick hop and skip. A ramp is not going to be populated, but look over there. Stanklord still pushing into B. Might be able to get a flank off if you're given the opportunity. That's a hard chase in Maryland. Got to be watching in the front and back.
This Molotov's faded the bomb site. It's not the bomb site. It's going to be the intended destination because Stanklord's routed his way through, missing on the Galil spray. That would cost him his life. Oh, no. Might not matter, though. The bomb's been planted towards A, and there's still 3 players left standing for either side. As the AKs find trades, they end up in the lead. And Ronnie in a 1v2 situation with that recovered Galil in hand.
I mean, this is a 1v2. It is possible. It's not impossible. It's possible, but it's likely improbable. That's the problem here. You were able to pick up the weapon, but you're instead going to chase away, see if you can save, and be quite happy about it. Round well won. On the side of Stony Mountain, they carry 2 over. We'll say thank you very much. Tied at 2-2. Back in Wintone, going to stack in the corner, just as most teams do. They will survive. Eyes open. Round 5 come to you shortly.
All plant will do good as well because Stony Brook only coming through 2 players alive. Their economy is still within arm's reach. And that's something that the University of Maryland, they're going to have to try to abuse that to a certain degree. And that's what this Galil is here to do. It's going to keep them here. So heading into this next round, they can actually pull through and maybe gain some economic momentum back in their favor. It's a push over towards the safe ramp. This Galil being the spearhead, almost killing his teammate. And Ronnie only finding one before getting removed. Crispy, is 20 seconds into the round, he's all alone against 4.
He's like, I'm sorry I flashbanged you. Can someone please come back and help? Ain't nobody helping you here. Lamb Chop finishes it off with a headshot. And that's 4 left alive for Stony Brook. They are so happy about this right now, but this should be one of the real tests that are coming up. We finally get weapons against weapons here as Maryland go ahead and kit themselves out. Nades stacking flush as well. And Stony Brook say, we got this on lock, hopefully. An op already running for Caillou. As Caillou, immediately rips Crispy out of this round.
Normally we've been seeing Stanklord alone towards that B bomb site, so I think expecting to take that fight on even terms. Crispy not expecting the scoped weapon to be waiting for him. And that's exactly the mind games that could put you in the lead of rounds, and it's not a good round to be losing out that first kill as well. 5v4, now the CT side's at a massive deficit here. they have to take resources away from someplace, and it's going to have to be mid. This is where a lurk could normally be activated, but instead, Stony Brook, they're currently probing towards A.
They're fading a little bit. Again, they do have to gather the bomb, but Fade found an amazing spot. Lamb Chop was not ready for it. Right around the backside of Scaffold, and I mean, beautifully done. They even things up 4-4, and time now winding down just a tiny bit. Plenty of time to still work with, though. Stony Brook, they've gotten this far by playing smart and patient. And this time, they're making a quick move into B site. The first attack on B is going to be taken. Or the second, I should say. One Rabbit says this is why this is only the second time. Takes two very quickly. 10 follows up with the third. And now, all that's left is one. Caillou, though, snaps two! 3K for Caillou so far. Can you make it an ace? Can you actually pull this off? Smoke going away. You're going to try and plant. Fake defuse. Draw someone out. You're going to try and barrel stuff. One! You get the body! Oh! Do you get the fourth, the fifth? No, you don't. Maryland. They win the round, but at what cost? Caillou put the pain down.
That's a lot of damage to be carrying on into the next round. Despite the fact that you don't win the round, you can't necessarily be too unhappy given the circumstances. The thing that I think Stony Brook will be unhappy about, though, is just the way they went into that bomb site. There was so much utility behind it, but none of it landed where it needed to. Just that single player hanging around towards that headshot position, it ruined their day. And unfortunately, it ruined the round as well. Even scoreline now that tied things up, but still money to come back into. This is everything for both teams. Both at the brink being broke.
Well, Tem, you might be entering into a very dangerous spot, and you are. Lamb Chop said, "Let me chop up some." Headshot through a little bit of walling, but enough to put it into a 4v5. Maryland going, how the heck do we approach this one? You are deep spread, 3 holding down A, but 1 lurking on that staircase over near B. Just enough to ensure that the T's are not pushing up too far. For right now, keep it quiet, keep it smart. Maryland says, keep it quiet.
More often than not, Stony Brook have been winning out in these early rounds. They've been not only winning the duels, but look at the map control they've been able to take for relatively cheap utility, landing towards A. This allowed them to get the bomb in if they want it, but 3 players hanging around. They're more than happy to fight for this. A boost over the back lines as well. I'm not sure how much visibility that will give. Crispy with a no scope, but a smoke shot. This lurk through mid now starting to come through. Crispy seems to be aware though, and he's got that frag as well.
Oh my gosh. Maryland taking Stony Brook apart 1 by 1. That picked up op, by the way. That is a picked up op that they carried over into this round, and they're saying, we're going to pay you back tenfold. Caillou said, get that out of your hands. I want that weapon back. But Ronnie with the flank. We talked about this earlier. It's going to open up an opportunity. Caillou gets a flashbang kill on 1 Rabbit, but Caillou almost does it again. Lamb Chop says, Caillou, you did enough this time, and we will bring that op right back. It is 4 rounds to Stony Brook as things are staying tight here in the first half.
Oh, so tragic. That missed shot, I mean, it could have set him up for that 1v2, but not meant to be. Stony Brook will put themselves back in the lead, and contextually as well, you have to remember that they lost those first 2 rounds. So this has been a relatively good T-side for them so far. Essentially every single time they've had guns, they've been able to win, with the exception of 2 rounds ago, but pistols now at close range. This is where you would have to sit back and play your cards right. You don't want to lose these rifles. It's that lurk out towards mid to find that first kill. Just sitting back and a quick headshot to keep yourself with the advantage.
Caillou was having none of it. We saw Crispy cheating up, trying to get sneaky with the pistol. Caillou has been on one, though. Caillou has said, not today. Stank Lord gonna find Ronnie once again. And this has been a round that we kind of expected. But Stony Brook wants to make sure that no one falls. They want to start stacking the econ, especially for Dak, who is sitting on 0 right now. They want to start building up an econ. They want to start building up a bank so that in case Maryland get cheeky, things won't go as south as it might seem. Rabbit, last one running around. It's just 1 lone Rabbit. Gets a quick shot, able to take a bit of HP, but that won't mean more than a bit of a refill on the armor. Lamb Chop takes Rabbit's life and says, thank you very much. 5-3.
Nice carry away from this as well. This is that Stony Brook kept all 5 players alive. That's going to help out a lot. You can see all these players, of course, they've already got rifles coming into this. It's Stanklord actually holding on to that MAC-10 as well. It's going to make it a guarantee they'll be able to invest in this next round regardless of this outcome, and that's a dangerous prospect for Maryland. They've yet to win rounds in a row with the exception of that pistol, and over the top of that smoke, Caillou is going to be able to put a nail into the coffin of Fade, just trying to deal some damage to the smoke. Instead, is CT side's once again a man down 20 seconds in.
These last few rounds have also just been solidifying that Caillou's a menace, right? Like, I feel like that's what's going on here. This has been Caillou being a menace. Ronnie, though, is going to find a kill on Dak. Remember, Dak was running around with a little bit of a short-barreled, but did enough damage. Ronnie living with just 12 HP, enough to make it work. You can hear the shots go out. Windtone waiting here in mid, saying, can we spot anything? Rest of the team working the way around. It is going to be a stairs take. Caillou saying, maybe we can find something else, but for the side of Maryland, it's still, where are they going to go? We know they're not at A ramp. Where else could they be? Util now flying out. 2 mollies, 2 smokes landing in about the same spots. So maybe not exactly what they want, but enough to get them onto site. Now, can they hold? A little bit of a boost up. High ground taken by Maryland. And this is where things could get very, very dangerous. Rabbit could almost see over the smoke. That could be huge, but the nade, and there it is. Rabbit takes out Caillou just a little bit on this fringe. And Stanklord ready to go. Bomb is down, though.
No kit on the CT side as they come through, but they still have a little bit of utility to make up the difference. Smoke to isolate the angle on the bomb, and a Molotov to force players out of angles, but Stanklord's going to swing through with the help of a flashbang, trade it out both ways, and Windtone all of a sudden is in this 1v2 situation. It's made contact, but he needs to stop this bomb. It's being stuck, and oh no! A lack of the kit, it costs you. There is, I believe, just enough time to pull this through, but I guess I stand to be corrected, maybe.
I think there's just enough time. You should be good to go, and that will be close. A round to Maryland. Yeah, that was getting dicey, but you know, Crispy, what else are you going to do at that point, right? Where else are you going to go? You take the round, you carry over the op, and with 9 frags under your belt, you are now tied with Rabbit. Caillou still in the lead with 12. We can see once again, they are banking on those early frags. Stony Brook saying, we need those frags. We need to keep it moving. For right now, they're going to be tested once again. AKs in an op, running for the T's.
Caillou's been good at his opening duels too, which is the thing you have to keep in mind. Maryland, they're going to be asking themselves where they can probe, knowing there's an AWP somewhere on the map, but scoping over towards the ramp there just now, that'll make things slightly easier if Ronnie over towards B wants to go looking. That's some information that might allow him to do so, but Fade straight to the crosshair of Lamb and actually finds that kill. That's a good one. Holding on to it would be an important factor, but Tem now isolated. Needs to get out, and the help of a flashbang from his teammate actually ends up going down. Caillou dodging that masterfully.
I mean, as long as Caillou's on the board, as long as Caillou is breathing, I feel that Stony Brook always have a chance, right? That's what I'm getting here. So, Lamb Chop, I'm sorry, but you opened up the doors here. Taking a look, it's A ramp once again. And for Stony Brook, they're just saying, hey, we gotta find something. Let's look for a little bit more than just one frag. Crispy, though, is waiting on their own edge. Couple smokes going out, closing off those angles, and then also flushing out on the back end. That's going to be perfect setup. The nade goes out, but Molly not going to be lit. All the smokes covering the site. Bomb doesn't go down yet. Caillou again is finding these kills. This op is setting up so much blind shots by Crispy just to try and find something, but you get nothing. Regrouping with the rest of the team. Let's see what they can do.
That's going to be safe immediately. The moment they saw coming into this that they're at man disadvantage, the util hadn't even faded yet. These are retakes you don't really want to risk. Maryland's been working from the economic disadvantage for the most of this half, and losing the op and everything they've got alongside it in this situation, it's not really something you want to gamble. They'll go for that save. They'll concede that second round deficit to Stony Brooks, but it'll give them a fighting chance into this next one.
Right now, it's been honestly looking quite great, I think, from Stony Brook. When they win quite convincingly. And again, it feels like that will continue until Maryland get a chance on the T side, or they start cleaning up a few of these gun duels. I want to see Caillou put on pressure. I want to see Caillou get forced a little bit. Of course, that might be next round, as we are working with a very, very slight budget. Ronnie again running with the SMG, saying, hey, no problems whatsoever. But Caillou immediately jumps out. Oh, a little bit of a snapshot miss. Ronnie able to get into a position, but could have lost their life there.
Could have. And that's the scary part. The grenade's not going to connect for significant damage, but it's the thought that counts. We saw Ronnie get a kill with this MP9 earlier on in this half. In a similar position, but Stony Brook, they haven't really been a team to probe too far in this early round. They've been waiting till the smokes fade. They've been playing a really patient half so far, and I would say one thing that they haven't touched whatsoever is really mid. We've seen Wintone hanging around, but he's never gone far enough to actually be aggressive, and that's something that this team could definitely switch up to find themselves an opening. Caillou missing yet another one, which could have delivered, but a flashbang now, not going to connect onto Ronnie, and honestly, a player here which might bait out his position.
Definitely heard the running, and that's going to leave an opportunity. Tem takes out Wintone, but Ronnie is deleted. Now we see Lamb Chop prepped and ready to go as the rest of the team floods through on this A ramp, and it's down to a 4v3. Tem, Crispy, and Rabbit are going to try their best to hold down this site or try and get the defusal off. The bomb going down. Molly getting extinguished, and now it is on Maryland. What can they find over the top of the smokes? Taking a peek. A little bit on the backside of Haven. Tem saying, okay, you got me. What can I do here? I'm going to go safe.
And that missed Molotov onto the bomb, too. You can see it's not the first time, actually, that's missed, and it's not the first time that might have made a difference in the round. If they'd been able to delay the bomb plant just a little bit longer, maybe those smokes would have faded just enough to actually find picks in this post-plant situation. But no, once again, this Maryland defense is left at a disadvantage. This time around, Lamb Chop, he's going hunting. He wants to make sure that nothing stays back in the hands of the CT side, and they find nothing. But they're not concerned whatsoever. Look at the money for the Stony Brook side.
They are big chillin'. They're happy about what's currently going on. University of Maryland. Start finding a way to fight back here. You got this round and then 3 more before you're on the attack, but you do not want to allow this advantage for Stony Brook to get even further out of control. A blind shot by Crispy. Tried to time it. Finds nothing and instead pays with a little bit of damage on their side. When I say a little, I mean a lot. That is 10 HP that you see on your screen there. So Crispy's going, all right, maybe I cooked for just a little bit too long.
I mean, to be fair, though, if you're going to take 90 points of damage, the AWP is not the worst gun to have in your hand while you do it, you know? Take one shot, disappear. If you don't get hit, it doesn't matter, right?
All the same, I would still like to not see a 10 HP, but I agree. Yeah, if there's any weapon that you're hanging on to, it is that op. You're like, listen, I got 1 HP. I'm bleeding all over the place, but I can still pull a trigger and take you out of this game. So definitely agree that of all the weapons that you would like to have, that's it. And at the same time, you want to have enough to lob some of that util. You have one last flashbang in your pocket. Rest of the team working with 1 or 2 left as well, but Lamb Chop is ready to go. Looks the wrong way at just the wrong time. Of course, that flash was from their own teammates, so Lamb Chop pays the price. And Ronnie goes, that was a stroke of luck. Maryland currently up 1 player.
Yeah, Lamb Chop just trying to dodge that flashbang from his teammate, not anticipating that close right angle from the CT side. Unfortunate set of circumstances there. Just waited a moment for that flash to pop, so he probably would have won that gunfight. But such is the way of Counter-Strike, and it's in towards speed now. Stony Brook will try to make the difference. The Molotovs to obstruct their path will end up being extinguished, and it's out towards mid. Alert has been spotted. Tem is being distracted, though, and so this opens the door for Dax to go hunting for frags, as that mid lurk does get, well, sent to the grave. It's a 2v4. Maryland now with an advantage in a retake situation for what seems like the first time in forever, but Caillou's still alive, and he's gone hunting. 3 frags appear to the T side as Caillou closes it out. That's disastrous for the side of University of Maryland.
I mean, Stony Brook played that so well at the end, right? Like, we gotta give him credit for that. That was swing, teammate swing. It was like watching a pendulum swing back and forth. They peaked at just the right times.
Boxer hitting them with a 1-2.
I know. It was glorious. It was so methodical. I thought I was watching a concert. What is this? Stony Brook said, hey, we're going to put you back in the grave here, and you can see it. Util extremely low, half armor on 3 of the members, and just a weak side, no helmets to really save you from these AKs that'll be ripping through you. The most that you can do is a boost that we have not seen just yet. Crispy is going to give this one a chance. Ronnie being the base here. And for Stony Brook, you are excited. You're ecstatic about what just happened. And hopefully a few more rounds, right? We are on round number 13. 2 more would push Stony Brook into the double digits and make this game look a heck of a lot better for themselves to possibly take.
A surprising factor for me as well is that the University of Maryland haven't opted for a pause yet to talk about this. I think on all sides of the map, Stony Brook, they've been playing the same strategy. They haven't really been that creative. As I say that, there has been a whole spot in this defense from the T side. Bomb dropped from this FAMAS hand, and all of a sudden, the T side is firing. They're looking for information. They're looking for this kill, but back through mid to disappear. It'll go unpunished.
Well, let's see what they can do here. For Stony Brook, they've done quite well, but they want to continue to run as best they can. Remember, it wasn't, you know, Caillou that went down, so we'll give him a little bit more here. But Windstone's looking like just kind of salty sitting there on the bench until next round. Now we do get this B-side push. It is going to be the stairs taking their way through. A lot of nades going out. The smoke's going optimal places, but don't cover too much. Snake Lord, though, still gets one. Can you flush out the rest? You swing to the right, but the left catches you off guard. And Crispy and Rabbit say, give us those moments. Maryland, after taking the first kill, said we'll take 4 more. That'll be 5 rounds to the side of University of Maryland.
It's one of the first times we see the man disadvantage for Stony Brook, results in them losing a round. Losing that mid player. I guess losing a player due to that mid push, it really put a bump in the road for them, and they couldn't quite overcome it at the end of the round. But still a chance to put us 10-5. Stony Brook, they've been leading this half so far. The question now is whether or not they can close. It's now attention to be brought over towards mid. It looks to be these Tech 9s at closer range and a potential split to either bomb site. They've got a rifle to back it up.
They have just a few options to work with here. Again, low util, yo weaponry, but oh, Rabbit knew that was there and took Caillou's head right off. Because of that, they give themselves the main advantage once again. And take a look at that HP. You were able to deal back quite a bit. 96 out of their HP bar. Lamb Chop said, hey, look what we found. It'll be Crispy losing their life as Dak chasing on these stairs and only one CT on that edge. So, hey, maybe this is an opportunity, or will Ronnie shut down 3? Big questions to ask as we're now 50 seconds left in the round.
First contact's really going to make the difference. The CTs are split 2-2. The utility flying through will give an idea of what's coming back in, but Ronnie Molotov out of position, be able to find one, being able to just masterfully move his way between cover and that smoke, but Dax will trade back into an even situation to put this bomb down, which will look to be denied. Oh, that just goes a little bit too far. The grenade instead will put it into the 1v2 bomb, not having gone down.
Oh, no.
Evened out though. AWP's a dangerous weapon as this time continues to tick, and losing track of him, Lamb Chop has no idea.
Oh, and Temp doesn't want to take a peek either. It's because you still have to plant. You still have to wait. Tem, did you hear it? You know where they are. There it is. And now it's a game of cat and mouse. You crouch just at the right time, but Lamb Chop pulled out a bit of utility. You're like, okay, do we actually want to do it? A quick little toss. It'll be a decoy. Now around the corner, Lamb Chop saw the feet. Lamb Chop got under the smoke and said, gimme.
That's a toss. University of Maryland, they'll be... Oh, if they weren't sitting up in their chairs now, they definitely should be. Now, I'm surprised we don't see a pause at the tail end of that. These are times where you should try to recover, if not strategically, just mentally, you know. This rounds you want to talk about. How do we get to that point? This could cost you what might be a win on your opponent's map pick, reminding y'all that this is the map pick of Stony Brook, which is fine. This is a scoreline you might expect in a situation like that, but listen, if you can prevent this from going 3 maps, you might as well, and Ronnie, well, doing his job at the very least to open up the round.
I will almost always lean in the facet of, as you get closer to the end of the season and head to postseason, the fewer games you actually want to play, right? Like, you just do not want to give away your strategies. And I understand scrims are a thing. I understand all that. But you still don't want to give away certain strategies. And the more games you play, the more you are forced to have to pull those out of your back pocket. So, I gotta agree. You just want to take that 2-0. You just want to stay alive. And you want to win it out. Oh, that was a chance. Lamb Chop, though. That's a huge flashbang that caught too many off guard. And Crispy said, thank you, Caillou, for the assist once again. Dak, Now wandering with the rest of the team in a 5v3. Make that a 5v2 as Fade fades Caillou's life out. Oh, Dak. Beautiful shot.
Looking for more, though. Oh, okay. There it is. Crispy. Close out the half. It's going to be 9-6. It's manageable, I'd say, at best from the side of University of Maryland, but that's an excellent half for Stony Brook. To put up 9 your T side, it's definitely a good look. And despite the fact that we've seen Landshop twice now get killed by one of his own teammates' flashbangs, you can't complain whatsoever, right?
Absolutely not. That has been actually a recurring theme, I think, throughout this game so far. Every other round, we have someone get flashbanged by their teammate, and the opponent takes them out, and you're just like, really? This is really what we're going to do here today? But, of course, it's hard to avoid, right? It's very hard to avoid those situations. Maryland, though, saying, okay, we're going to take our chances. We're going to work our way through on this CT side. What can we do? Actually, I think it is a little bit of a song and dance. Stank Lord said, hey, I can't do too much. That'll be 2 for them. And now Fade takes a bite out of so many. Windtone. Last one alive, but they finish it off. Fade with the 3K on that round.
Good start. Good way to come back into this. But they did win the last pistol as well, though, and so the follow-up might be expected, but it's the gun rounds where Stony Brook really have been putting themselves into the lead. That's really what I'm going to be looking for, but until then, we do have to get through the second round.
Gonna take just a bit of time, but right now you know that you have the advantage, so why not try and get a quick round on board? That is a question some of them could ask themselves. Or Stony Brook, though, just saying, okay. What are we wanting to do here? How do we want to go around this, huh? Who is going to be in our face? Windtone's like, you know, I really, really hope they just try and get a little bit closer to the cement, start moving it around. But for Maryland, they're playing very nice, very calm, and very patient once again.
And this is immediately different, too, than the way that Stony Brook approached their T side. We see a lot more attention from mid right off the bat. And so they're just waiting with the deagle in hand. Look at that. Pops a shot, immediately disappears. Ronnie won't be able to punish that, at least not without extending into another difficult angle. Now, it's a rifle out of hand, but not necessarily recoverable, and so still a potential round win for Maryland, I would say, expected. Depends on how they approach this. It looks to be a lean towards B. Ronnie looks to lurk out towards mid, and another deagle being spotted. How do you split your resources? Now your rotation's going to be somewhat compromised as well. There we go. Molotov kill to the back of the bomb site, and headshot being spotted out as well. Gone. Not a single shot fired. Stony Brook, the defense collapses.
I mean, Rabbit just made a magic trick happen there. Burned someone out of a corner and then took the head off of another. That leaves Lamb Chop to go, what the heck are we going to do? That molly actually burning on the top feet. The feet kind of nice and crispy. And this time, it looks like they're going to try and rotate on around, see if they can catch anyone unawares on the back end. They have conceded this round. It looks like there they go. Stony Brook saying, we can't do anything. We're not going to take a chance at anything. You have won this round and are now 1 round behind us. Stony Brook, 9. Maryland, 8.
I'd pay attention to this recovered Galil, though, because while this isn't necessarily enough money to invest back into it, that's a gun that could make a difference. Send a player hunting, toss it around. You could maybe have 5 rifles in the round if you just use it effectively, but lots of attention towards A early on. This is a lot different than what you would normally see. Is this a rush?
Looks like it. I mean, they ain't stopping. Their W keys are firmly pressed down. I think they dropped like a 1-ton weight on it or something. But they have to check their back. They have to keep eyes on the back of scaffolding. Caillou, though, ready to go. A little bit of smoke around the edge. Dak and Lamb, though, chop them up. Remember, they have almost no weapons. But it is the pickup there. And Stony Brook say, sit down. Out of nowhere, Stony Brook wash through Maryland.
It makes no sense. Make it make sense.
I can't. I'll leave it to you.
On other maps, you can easily rush bomb sites. You can rush B. You can rush A on Inferno. Overpass, you can rush B. You can rush A. Without the opponent knowing you're coming. This is Vertigo. They hear you the moment you cross that bridge. There was so much time for Stony Brook to react, and they did. This crossfire is getting around so easy. And even now, when he's in a position to deliver it, how has he missed Ronnie? Somehow that falls apart. It's Maryland into the B bomb site. We might just see an immediate response.
Oh my gosh, that was so scary there for like half a second. I thought they were going to get away with daylight robbery, but that is Maryland saying not today. Not a freaking chance. Dak, though, firing on the back end. This is now a 1v2, and they know where Dak is. So, Ronnie on the site. Tem with the back end flank. What are you going to find? It's a quick peek. That's going to be a look, and Ronnie takes out Dak. It is now 9-10. Maryland keeping it within 1, but Stony Brook still in the lead, if by a fraction.
I'm curious how Stony Brook, as the scoreline starts to get closer and closer, they're going to react. Because we're starting to see the same sort of loop begin to form of coming with guns, you lose it, you're back onto pistols, awkward buys. It can make a CT side extremely uncomfortable to work within. But we got Caillou back on this AWP. Maybe that's the difference maker for them.
I mean, it could be. We know what Caillou can do. We know what Caillou can do, and I want to see Caillou pop off. Just got to know if that momentum is in their favor, because remember, they've lost the last few rounds, and it's been tough, and Crispy's also sitting up with 1. Caillou takes a snapshot, not exactly on their A game, but it's enough to call out. Maryland now know that Caillou is back on 1. So, where do you chase? Where do you go? Where do you hope to play? That's a very far push up there, though. And Stank Lord said, hey, I'm in your face already. A quick push up and in the face of Maryland has netted them a 4v5. Well played, well done.
And now immediately, Maryland's going to need to react. They can't just lose that control and not take something elsewhere. At least not without losing a significant amount of information, presence, and chance to get back into the round. So they'll start taking presence over towards A. Flashbang will reveal their intentions alongside that. And look at the footsteps as well. This is plenty of information for the Stony Brook side. Whoa, okay. That's a good way to open the round.
And again, it's thanks to Dak that they found another kill. I'm telling you, Bird, this is the time to get kills off of the opponent's flashbangs, right? That is too much fun to me. Right now, 44 though. Again, Stony Brook gonna aim for that 11th round. They really, really want to make it happen. But the bomb's down. Have to take a chance. And Christy said, not today. Caillou has dropped their op, and do they actually want to take the chance? I best bet not really. Go ahead. Molly and smokes being sent out just to keep that bomb covered. As Stony Brook do go ahead and walk backwards, say not today. We will not take that chance. It is now tied. Maryland have been able to find their way back and get a tie. The question, of course, is how many can you take with you? Stanklord is only able to take 1. Oh, Ronnie. Okay, I was watching that one. Ronnie does die to the explosion. Feels kind of bad, but still, 10-10. You've done your work.
Yeah, and that wasn't even a save from the side of Stony Brook. That was kind of their full investment. And well, we do see that save. Those 2 weapons coming into this next round, and they'll have to stand alone. P250, Deagle, and a 5.7 on the remaining 3. University of Maryland, they're looking for this opening duel, and another missed flick. We saw that in the last half, actually, as well. Crispy, though. Oh, he's just playing such a dangerous game. Tagged down by the A1S as well. Lamb Chop, he could see how much he wants this.
It's like da 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 da. And to be fair, that corner has not worked as well as you would normally hope. I think the most we've seen is a 1-for-1 trade, right? I don't think we've gotten anything else out of that under corner, but right now in mid, it's a chance. Ronnie going ahead and dancing their way up. Keeping it quiet, though, as Wintone is praying for a chance all on their own. But look at that. You saw the shoulder, so you know someone's around there, but Ronnie said, I saw you too. A chance in heck you'll be able to do that for free.
And you usually know it's a player towards B when you find that frag, and so that's sent Maryland looking over towards there. They'll take out Stank Lord, and it seems like immediately off of that, it's a good chance for them to close out this round and take the lead of this game for the first time since essentially round number 5. A1S and AWP. I don't imagine they'll go for this. It doesn't make much sense.
And the most you'll probably look for is an exit frag, right? I don't think you can really go for anything else.
Even then, it's just not really worth losing these weapons. You come into this round with the M4 and the AWP, and you're like, we'll try to win the round, but end goal is to be able to buy into the next. And so if they lose these, it makes this next round compromised as well. P250, yep, no chance there. And Caillou now, a good chance to show what he's worth, but risky gunfights for sure. Oh, come on. A couple more seconds is what you need here. And there won't be enough. Up goes out of play, but it's decent damage. Not enough, though. It's not enough. Yeah, he loses out. No AWP into this round.
Very, very fair. I think for the amount of pressure, though, Maryland was putting down. Caillou made the best out of a bad situation, right? Yeah. Able to grab. I think it was 3 at the end, actually, or maybe 2. I think
better to grab those kills than to not, right?
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to be forced in that situation in the first place. Hard to agree with you there, Birdie. So right now, it is Stony Brook losing their lead, as you said, for the first time this game. And that terrifies some of the members. Of course, there's still plenty of time to work your way back. It's the good old, AKs versus M4s, and they're going to be rocking as quickly as they can. But for right now, Stank Lord, you're going to look at the edge here saying, hey, I know how you guys like to play. If you do decide to play that edge, you'll be in a heap of trouble. Ronnie, wait things out. A little bit of a nade ready.
This is the first time I'm noticing with the M4 A4s back in favor again. I haven't been paying attention too much recently, but this is the first time at least I'm noticing it. I guess it's nice to see the toss up. I'm still an A1S lover myself.
I gotta agree with that. Fortunately, I'm a personal fan of the P90, mostly because I can't aim
you
at all.
Man.
Yes, I am. I'm absolutely terrible at aim, so I go with the largest clip possible. That's not an LMG. Right now, we do have a little bit of a smoke out with the volley, but Stinklord is right in the middle, and they find the washout of the site. Maryland coming back with a vengeance right now, but Wintone might be able to trade it back and is able to grab a second. But now you're hoping you had 3 HP and a dream, a molly in hand to pick up and throw. You launch it over the edge. Where's your teammate? Up on top, Lamb Chop wants to make this happen. Ooh, Ronnie actually ate a lot. Is standing inside of the molly, I'm pretty sure. So in what would have been a fairly HP advantage squad, Maryland eat a little bit too much. Now around the edge, another molly flushes him out for the edge. Wintone able to make it happen, but around the corner, Ronnie forces up and finds the backs. Is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? They go for the defusal. But it's over.
Plenty of time. Yeah,
it's over. It's done. Oh my lord, that looks scary.
You just have to think, if he would have walked through that smoke just a little, like a couple seconds later, I'm not sure if that was awareness from Wintone to find that frag or just saw him out of the corner of his eye. Either way, though, you take those every day of the week, and this map, I think, a lot closer than I think originally we were expecting, given how that first half seemed to have been going at one point. Caillou, after winning the last one, back on the AWP, this spells danger for the Maryland side.
We talked about it a little bit. We were wondering how Maryland were going to play on that T side, and Fade again. These flashbangs, they do more harm than good. Maybe people should stop running it. Nah, don't actually do that. Right now, this is going to be a molly, though, cooking up a little bit of Maryland's feet. Rabbit didn't enjoy that one bit, but Fade ready to go with the trade over here on Scaffold, and this could be big. Again, if Fade is able to find the one behind hiding around, you're going to find a second either way. Oh, you should have seen the arm. You should have seen the arm stick out, and there it is. Fade able to find one. Can't find the second, but Dak is now alerted. And so is the rest of Maryland. Traded 1 for 1. Actually, a lot more. Tem has been doing work on the other side. It's 2v4. What the heck am I talking about? What is going on with me? Oh, did you see it? No, you didn't. Dak said, Tem, sit down.
Fight towards the B side as well as Stanklord pushes further in. It'll commit this Maryland side over towards A, but they've lost track of this lurking player. Dax is nowhere to be found, and so compromise, not really a good idea to plant the bomb, so they'll go looking for information, but they might just walk straight into the crosshairs of Hacks. There it is. Bomb down, looking for that second frag. It's down to the 1v1, but it's bruised on the T side, and have to go back towards A, but no clue where Stanklord is now. The last kill, last time he was found, was pushing back over towards B, so he could be on the flank for all he knows.
Well, Stanklord found it. Rabbit is down. And they are back. Back in the lead. Back with a little bit of time. And back with probably better weaponry. But the AK is more than enough to carry over to the next round. You have all the util in your book. So at least one player will only have to buy a little bit of armor, if anything. And it is going to be 12. Stony Brook University take back the lead, even though it's just a narrow one. It is a lead of 1 round.
And without that bomb plant too, or sorry, I guess with the bomb plant, it puts them into a weird situation where they can't really fully buy. So they bought armor, a couple pistols to come into this, but they're setting themselves up for round number 25. And this is where Stony Brook, this is their chance to, the lead that they lost, to try to extend it once again. Ticks through the Molotov, it's plenty of information. You'll see the rotation starting to come through as well. But it's all going to come down to trying to stop this rush. Damage control. The Maryland side, maybe a round if they can go for it. The Tech 9 finding headshots as well. Somehow, this round is starting to collapse.
What is Crispy doing? That should be illegal. That should just never be allowed. What the heck? That opened up such a large piece of territory. This is now in full control of Maryland. And unless LambChop is able to do something like that, it ain't gonna happen. So now a second peak Rabbit, a little bit slow on the trigger, and that means Dak is able to pick one up. And now you're down to a 1v2 of all things. LambChop was able to make it happen, but now the smoke comes out and Dak was ready for it. It is still Stony Brook in the lead as they take a 13th round.
For a moment, that was terrifying. The fact that Maryland comes out of that with 3 kills and a bomb play, but not just that, like, we haven't even talked about the fact that they probably might have been able to win that round. Should have maybe won that round. It's scary. It broke back just a little bit. It tempers them just that much. For University of Maryland, if they win this round, they're back in a contention once again, but it's another faster play up towards A. We've seen how these have worked out in the past.
We really have. But Rabbit's not chasing that much farther. With enough mollies to cook up a barbecue. A ramp is now going to be slowed down again. Back sandbags. Going to be flushed out as well. No one's back there, so Stony Brook have to be on site. That is what Maryland are currently thinking here. A couple more nades. Smokes out on the backside of the site, and now the push up. Dak said, hey, give us a moment. Fade is able to find one. Dak, though, swings on 2. Ronnie able to trade it back. 3v3 here on the site. Another molly up top, and they fall just flat in the smoke. It does everything. That is a horrendous lapse here, and that is one of the most unfortunate, because those mollies did not land. You did not fully flush out as much as you wanted, but right now Stony Brook, they're going to give it their best shot. Again, 3v3. Back on scaffolding is one. Down ramp is another. And they spot everyone. Crispy said, no, you can't. Through the smoke, find Stanklord. And Rabbit said, that's perfect. You come towards me, I'll come towards you. Rabbit takes the last kill. And it is Maryland to keep it within 1. Honestly, Birdie, I don't know. These teams are neck and neck in map 1.
Yeah, I think the retake was a little bit strange on both sides. I think both teams could have done something a little bit better. I think that Molotov connecting towards the bomb site before the plant would have came through would have made a lot more of a difference. But this is now the consequences of that. 13-12, back to pistols, and back to Bro Crispy playing a dangerous game. He loves playing around that smoke so much. Yet to see it really work out. Flashbang, fully blinded. Dak shooting his teammate. Does end up finding 2 frags for it, though. And, oh no, Maryland, where do you go after this? Towards B and straight in towards a CT player who's pushed through.
Wow. The fact that Stanklord was allowed to do that surprises the heck out of me. The fact that you're even able to find one, I love it. It kind of goes to show where Maryland is currently sitting at in terms of their mental.
Ooh.
And a quick deke on the head, you know, it's just a pistol. You're okay with that, but Ronnie's just like, this is not fun for me right now. Stony Brook went around that it feels like they had no right winning, but put themselves 2 away from getting this map.
No, that's a very common play too. You see that smoke, you think you're up against pistols, you you sit back. You have one of your players playing anti-flash because you know that's coming. Not necessarily know it's coming, but you know it's a possibility. It has to be a possibility. It's one of the most common things that you see, but unfortunately it catches them off guard this time. And well, maybe an inverse of the situation. It's a B-rush. We saw this win, or almost win before.
Well, that's a little bit of a shot in the back, but plenty to work with here. As again, it's a trade of 1-for-1. Stanklord does go down, but it's enough damage. Take a look. Tem taking out Windtone is low on HP as well. No plant to go down just yet. But I mean, they're in prime position. Caillou, though, finds Ronnie sitting just out in the open. And now it's all questions. Zach, though, finds the trading kill, and because of that, it's uneven. 2v1 as Fade has a pistol and none. Most you have is a frag. And this is going to be Dire up on top. You look, and you can't get much. Lamb Chop takes a random shot to the dome, but the helmet keeps him safe. Map point for Stony Brook, but by no means was it easy.
No, and this map's still not over. There's still rifles to back up this T side, because once again, that was an eco round from them. That wasn't supposed to be, you know, their full investment. They didn't buy all in. This is that investment now being made, and I'm hoping to see them slow down just a little bit, because Maryland, they've been getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Caillou opening duel, at least going for it. Both sides missing for the kill, but Stanklord elsewhere will find that frag, and that's a good one to find. Rabbit's been performing pretty well tonight. That might be the last time he sees Vertigo.
I like how you were so excited. You were like, I hope they play it slow. I hope they play it smart. And they immediately ran out and did that. But now that speed might be working for him here. Tem is able to flush out one more, and that puts it at 3v3. Bomb is picked up over there closer towards stairs. But now you got another option. You're pulling towards a ramp. All three of the remaining members, but the members of Stony Brook are currently pulled in the opposite direction. So of all times, for a slight misjudge, where everyone is, okay, well,
They're being
maybe
flanked.
not as bad as I thought. They are moving towards A, so this is going to be a collision.
Yeah, but you've got players in their backside, and the timing's good enough to where I don't think they'll recognize until too late. Lamb Chop, sorry, Caillou, his job here is just to try to hold on, to delay for as long as he can, but instead he'll take that gunfight. It cost him his life, but the bomb's still being planted for these ramp players. I think now contact will have been had. Tem ends up costing his life, but it's a sacrifice. It's a martyr. Try to make Fade come into the clutch, and Lamb Chop is going to send us straight into map number 2. It's 16-12, and Stony Brook captured a very exciting map number 1. They do close it. Man, what a first map.
Spicy is what I gotta say. That was spicy all the way through. I loved it. There was not a moment that I disliked about that map. Granted, you know, maybe don't flashbang your own teammate or shoot him in the back and cause him to, you know, be a low on HP, but the rotations were fairly clean. We saw some moments where, you know, the util didn't work as much, but both teams were playing on info. This went down almost exactly as you were talking about, Birdie.
Yeah, it's strange how I would have liked to have seen a little bit more things from both sides, but I mean, as I mentioned coming into this, these aren't professional players. These aren't. We're not looking for flawless games here. I think it not being a flawless game makes it that much more fun to watch. To be honest, you get to see the mistakes being brought out, and there's learning experiences to come from those. And one of those factors that I guess I'll mention once again is the fact that pauses, man, they're so important. We don't see them often enough, and I think pauses for both these teams, it would have given Stony Brook a chance to probably close out this game earlier, and maybe would have given the University of Maryland a chance to not let the deficit get to the point that it did. And given the way their second half looked at one point, maybe it actually went out the map. But overall, I think we saw great plays from both sides. I don't think there's a single player in the server that I would look at and say they underperformed. Just the way Counter-Strike is sometimes. Caillou, though, went off. That's a good point, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, you know, no one really underperformed, but there was definitely someone that overperformed. I mean, we got to give it to Caillou. Caillou looked like a beast right there. I'm excited what they can do in game number 2. Of course, on Overpass, it's a whole different story because I hope you have your sunglasses. Way more flashbangs are headed your way. Don't go anywhere. Nace Star League. We'll be right back. 28 rounds and 0 pauses later, we are done with game number 1. And I mean, game number 1 gave us so many treats, right? Caillou number 1 is starting to step up here by a fair margin. The rest of the team is there as well, and everyone played like they were supposed to for the side of the University of Maryland. Maybe a few glitches here and there, a couple misplaced smokes or mollies, and you know, a whole lot of flashbangs going everywhere. But it was a very good game, and I'm very excited to see what they can do on Overpass here, because Overpass is no slouch either. If you thought that game was util heavy, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I feel like there's a recurring trend in the last few kind of series that have been on the stream where it's like, oh, we have an AWP player that's going off, and then we head into Overpass, and it gets worse. It gets worse every single time. It's such a dangerous map to have an AWP, because the amount of opening tools that you can take, not just on the CT side, but also on the T side, the opportunities are almost limitless. If you want to go, just hold your angle and connect or wait for someone to push you, you can. If you want to go for that opening duel towards party, you can. If you want to walk out the B bomb site and just do something crazy, you can. There's almost no play that you can't do. Like, anything that you can think of is more or less justified if you have the right resources behind you. And when you have someone like Caillou in the server that you can just put resources behind, that could be something you work with, you know what I mean? You don't have to have great tactics where you can just say, Caillou, go kill, and that's something you might want to look for. I'm not saying that's what we should expect. I'm saying that that's a possibility heading into Overpass, and it's something that University of Maryland might want to be concerned about. You know, you might see them using a little bit more utility just to make sure that they're not fighting Caillou at the start of rounds.
I gotta agree with that one, and that also leads us to the next thing is, again, that map Vertigo was the pick of Stony Brook. So yes. I do believe this one is going to be University of Maryland, and for them, they do need to start showing us a little bit more, right? We are getting to the end of the season. You are starting to look at postseason, and granted, these teams are fine. Both of them are currently 5-0. They are sitting at the top of the pack of their division. They don't have to worry about dropping out, but they really don't want to be known as a team that in week 6 went down a notch into second place, right? Like, you want to go into this with your head held extremely high. Granted, one of the teams does have to fall into that second place or you know, lose that perfect record. Either way, you're going to fight tooth and nail for it. So let's go ahead and get ready for this match, because I, for sure, am extremely excited to see what they can pull off here. As you can see, the lovely, lovely party that has now been abandoned because things have gone a little bit awry will be giving us a treat here, and then of course, underneath this connection is going to tell us that, hey, if any deaths occur here, no one else will hear about it. University of Maryland gonna try and make sure that we go to a game 3.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Map number 3. If we get to that point, if you're gonna lose the series, right, it's not the second map where you want to lose it. An important note you have to remember, in that last map, Maryland won both pistols. They won both. I think they won both second rounds as well. Coming into this, it's gonna be Stony Brook starting on the CT side, due to the nature of it being the map pick of Maryland, and that's kind of a scary prospect. To be honest, you can find a lot of momentum in overpass if you start off your game right. You can feel really almost like you're in a chokehold on your T side. It can be really dangerous in that aspect. But here we go. It's the pistol round to start things off, and University of Maryland on that T side as expected. Stanklord going for that opening contact, takes a headshot. Only loses 8 points of damage though. Will find his way back towards that bomb site in relative safety.
You gotta love headshots that do a whole lot of almost nothing right there. You're like, oh dang. That was scary. Oh, I'll walk it off. For right now, though, as you said, it's pretty up to that choice. Hey, do you guys want to rush B? Yeah, sure. Okay, let's do it, right? Pistols tend to allow that as well. It is going to be Maryland walking into that one, and Fade said, yep, this is our map. Let's go ahead and take that choice. Stony Brook, though, with one hiding in the back room, immediately has to back out to the rest of the team, but Dak was ready for it. So trades back and forth. Dak is able to put away 2. Can you get another one? You do a lot of damage, and you get a lot of kills. It's 3-1 right now as Tem goes. What the heck just happened?
They were so committed to that bank fight. That's because the bomb's planted for that CT angle, and it actually makes it impossible for Tem to actually clutch in that situation. But not winning those bank fights, it really puts the nail in the coffin there, unfortunately. And Stony Brook, exactly how you want to carry off your map win.
That is, I mean, you gotta love it for for the side of Stony Brook. It almost feels like Maryland came to you, right? With how aggressive they were and how willing they were to take that fight. Stony Brook posted up and said, we still hear them, we still feel them coming. Great, let's take that in stride. So well done, but a big buy-up coming here by Maryland. They are sinking a lot into this one. They say, hey, we got the bomb down. We knew exactly what we had to do, so we're going to take this chance. So for right now, Stony Brook, they have to identify this. They have to know weapons are hot. If they do not, they may be willing to take some fights that they don't realize they're actually even in.
MP9 at this range is a questionable decision, but it's all that'll have in hand. A lurk out towards B. This is a good angle. Molotov, he finds himself out in front, but it doesn't force the fight just yet. Oh, the tick. Stanklord aware now and lamp shot from heaven with the FAMAS. That's a difficult angle to fight from with that weapon. Will come out on top. Oh, following up though, Crispy with the trade. How will rotations come off the back of this? Caillou's hanging around in connector, and he's got a teammate as well watching that rotation towards water. There's nobody there. It's this bathroom's gunfight that might end up causing chaos now as that MP9 of Windstone comes to light, and look at this. Caillou's worked his way back up. He hears so much. He knows exactly what's going down.
Oh, and he saw the back. He saw the back. He said, opportunities abound, and swings out a second. Caillou says, hey, it's not just long range, it's heavy range this time. Oh my gosh, do not go into the bathrooms here. That is so dangerous. But Fade said, hey Caillou, you did it once, I can do it twice. Give me a moment. It's now down to a 1v4 though. Fade has got to pull off a 4K if they want to make it happen. And with 15 seconds left, you know they're around the corner. Can Fade pull this off? It's a stack. And you can only look in one direction at a time. Stony Brook perfectly play that one and take a 2-0 lead.
Closer than we might have expected.
Yeah.
At least at the end. But they do it. That's the first pistol round, the first time that they'll win the second as a result as well. Stony Brook starting off their opponent's map pick just fine. Caillou now back on the AWP and pistols for the T side. It's a chance to extend to that third because it was that forced buy. Molotov will deny them possession of water, and looks like this gunfight towards connector might end up being the first.
Ooh. Little Rabbit, quick on the feet and quick on the trigger as Ronnie does the same. So to kick things off, I mean, Stony Brook probably not too happy that they lost members that quickly. Right out of the corner to go, and out of bullets Dak is, but it was more than enough. Down to a 1v3, making a 1v2, Crispy. Okay, Crispy, we see you. Couple nades being launched out. Flashbang drops on one in the back corner, but man, in this little sewer area, Crispy able to find Caillou. That's high up. Oh, Zach took a peek. Instead, I found your head. That is a round that Stony Brook are happy to grab, but not happy. And who was left alive?
Saving grace there is that they hold on to the AWP. Having to reinvest that would have been disastrous. I'd say still close to that point, the fact that they only hold on to that one weapon, but you can only make do with what you have, right? And so round number 4, guns across the board, an MP9 for Windtone and a FAMAS for Stanklord. They've been doing well with those weapons so far, but again, not ideal.
Well, let's see what they can do. Again, Maryland made a lot happen with a lot less, and maybe Stony Brook can do the same. I want to watch Windtone, though. I just want to see Windtone try and do something crazy. You can already see posted up in the bathroom saying, yeah, this is our spot, but look at this boost. Tem gonna try and pop themselves up. If you look at the right spot, you can find 2 winning rounds. Oh no, are they both gonna look? They both looked! Boost versus boost, baby. Let's go.
That doesn't happen very often. Those are very common boosts on either side, but you just don't see them being used against each other. And it's a tragedy because you absolutely know that both players were like, oh, that was an opportunity. You take them, right? Trade back. Stanklord. That's over towards Monster. The bomb will be recovered. It seems like B will still be a major consideration. Smoke. I believe that is for Heaven, but I could be wrong. Actually, no, it might be the right side. I think they're going to try to go deep here. That's Heaven. Or wait, that didn't land where it wanted to at all. I don't think.
Nope. They're just pushing in here. They said, okay, screw the utility. We aren't getting too much here. Lamb Chop says, yeah, you better grab that util back. You might want to try round number 2. Fade able to find Stanklord. Shot goes out, and Lamb Chop able to find 1, but it's down to a 1v2. Windtone, though. Windtone getting dropped down to 74. It's a 1-on-1, and hey, an opportunity abound. But remember, the bomb is down. It wasn't fully planted. Crispy has to try and lay it in. And this could be Windtone's opportunity. You go back. You do a fake rotate out. But it's still an opportunity. And now Crispy doesn't know, but now he does. Well played. Maryland finally put a round on the board.
It's costly, though. They were fighting a bruised Stony Brook side, and it almost goes their way anyway. A couple missed shots there from Caillou, too, towards the end. Uncharacteristic of him so far this series. It probably would have gone a different way if those had gone the other way. And I guess Maryland happy to take that for sure, but there's definitely still some issues there that needs to be resolved if we're going to see this go further in their favor.
Well, first shots go out, and now we got to take a peek. So, Caillou and the rest of the squad, digs in hand, are going to try and pull what Maryland did and make it a costly round. Landchop doesn't need a dig. Said screw it. That's 1 kill. Easily does it. Now Maryland have to go, how the heck do we play this one? Oh, uh-oh. Oh, rabbit.
We'll never know. Tabbed out or just hand off the mouse or whatever's going on, but that's not a way you want to lose a rifle in an 8 eco. I'll tell you that much.
The fact that you had already lost 1 as well makes it doubly painful, right? Maryland are just like, dang, we just lost out.
Yeah, 'cause now you don't know where the rifles are. If you find one, it's like, oh, okay, it's the rifle, but oh,
it's a DC.
That's tragic.
that one hurts. That one hurts. But I believe the rules are you got to play out the round. We'll get them back in later. But all right. Let's see what they can do. Right now, it's still an opportunity. Remember, big guns are abound, and 3 members are still with pistols. So Crispy could make something happen here. Deep pointed straight across, but look at the peak. Crispy swings 1. Lamb grabs 2, though. And it's down to a 4v1. Caillou finishes it off as Stony Brook take a 4th. And in we go. We get 1 more back. It looks like they were able to reconnect. We are back in this.
I'm not sure if you spotted that boost as well, but that's very creative. When you don't see it used too often, just because a single flashbang can kind of ruin your day, or a single Molotov, but knowing that you're playing the late round there, and a C side that's likely to just kind of walk upon you, it's a nice one. It's a very safe one, too. It does find in that double at the end. But again, as mentioned, 2 Deagles, they pulled the round back. And that's absolutely terrifying for the University of Maryland. Come to the outside of this pause, though. If everyone reconnected, it's I'm looking. There's a couple players in this right now. Obviously, we have Is this a substitute? I can't tell. We have someone named Ted in the server. But yeah, there's a couple players on the side of University of Maryland right now. I mean, we're only 5 rounds in. Ronnie not playing too hot, just 1-5 so far. He was a player that had a lot of impact on Vertigo, and Tem as well, only 2-5. It's still somewhat early stages, I'll say, in this game.
Yeah,
but
this is still there. Still there. Agreed.
Yeah, there's early stages in this game, definitely, but the concern is starting to mount. I need your thoughts, Orbital. Is Ted a real person?
Oh, that is... Why are you posting these questions to me, Birdie? Are you just waiting for me to make a controversial opinion? Is that what you want me to do?
Point being, is that a sub that we're not sure of?
Oh, right. No, so our best bet is, and I believe we are working it out on the end, I would say sub, but for right now, we will take eyes and we'll get this sorted out for you. We want to make sure things are good because for right now, Stony Brook, I mean, they're looking okay. And as you said, in the early stages, you know, it's a little bit of time, but we are going to go to a very quick break. We'll get this figured out and see if we can get the series back on the road because we have even more CSGO action even after this one. So please do not go anywhere. Nay Star League will be right back. All right, and we are back. As you can see, we have jumped forward in time. We are time travelers. Nah, not really. So there was a disconnect. We currently are working with, I believe, a bot in here, and that is going to be Ted Lasso, if you will. Going to be giving us the benefit of the doubt here, but Maryland is going to try their best here to kick things off and keep things rolling here. Right now, though, Stony Brook are having a ball. That is 6 rounds to them, and they're continuing with weapons hot in their own favor.
It does answer the question of who Ted is. It is the bot. We were wondering for a moment, is it a substitute player? We were no, it's the bot. I forgot that depending on the way the players are playing, this is a possibility. It seems like it is. And that's disgusting. But no, this isn't the situation you want to be finding yourself in. This is, you know, your map pick. You're coming into this. You're confident. You're like what 3-4 rounds down, and then you have a disconnect. Realistically, in almost every circumstance, this should result in a serious loss.
Yeah, it's I mean, we gotta face reality, right? There's only so much we can say, but at the same time, you can fight for your life, even without a leg, even without a limb. I think there was a famous Monty Python character that said you can fight to your last breath or whatever. You know, without any arms or legs, you'll keep fighting. For right now, though. It is going to be a chance, so 4v1, Ronnie just going, hey, there's a playground, there's a swing set, I'm going to have some fun. 10 seconds left, though. You are going to hide. But you did see, I think, a single swing of a player. So Ronnie's just like, what the heck is going to happen here? That is the round. Now a chase through, a couple random shots, and Ronnie says, hey, I'll take your head off. Takes 2, actually. All right. Econ knocked out. You'll take that dub.
I guess you do, yeah.
it's the little things, all right?
Yeah. I mean, this broadcast is very quickly, you'll have to note, is going to transition from... Oh, he's back! Oh, never mind. Ignore what I was about to say. We got him, baby. Game's back on. We've lost a little bit of time. And unfortunately, Stony Brook have been able to extend their lead off the back of it. But we should be good to go now. We've got rounds back that we can probably... but the rounds left over for these teams to battle it out.
The problem, of course, is that they joined just before or just after the round started. So Rabbit unfortunately actually kicked the bot, and you're like, oh, that's sad.
That should have been better coordinated. I'll be honest.
I don't know. That feels so bad though. But yes, we are back. It is still a 4v5 for right now though. But at least they get a little bit of hope back in their sails. Round 10. Looking for a few more shots, though, as it's a very deep defensive line drawn by Stony Brook. They're playing deep within their own sites and not allowing any sort of opportunity to occur for Maryland to get that player trade advantage.
Look at the utility.
Right now, it's a full A site push.
B side push, sorry.
B side. Brain didn't want to function.
Yeah, there you go. Single smoke, a single nade for this T side. They've just lost another player, and they're walking out towards B with no utility. Remember, this is the bomb site, arguably the most important bomb site in Counter-Strike to have utility for. And well, Ronnie will find that trade. They're still walking into what is very much a death trap, and Crispy with this glow in the hand is going to have to put up what is nothing short of a miracle with 20 seconds left to win out not only this 1v4, but to plant maybe the bomb.
Nope. Dak said no. But 8-2, and still with a full second half to go, you get all 5 players live, and because Rabbit is going to sit with a lot of econ under the belt, you're able to shell out a little bit extra for the rest of the team, couple rifles for yourself, and get yourself back up to speed. So we are back into it. Round is bot. Stony Brook now going to play against 5 players instead of Ted Lasso, who came for a couple rounds, said hello, said goodbye, and is now going to join themselves back on their own TV show. University of Maryland going to try and fight back in round 11.
Ted will be missed for sure, but Maryland
for his couple rounds, right?
Maryland maybe not missing him so much, but Rabbit straight back into the server and opening up the round against one of the better players on Stony Brook's side. Tem in an awkward situation, caught between 2 players. As Dax doubles up, able to escape as well. It's back into the 3-on-3. A close angle of Crispy. Both these players could play that wrong. Oh, the re-aggression. That's excellent to find another kill and following it up as well. Dax is over 3K in this round. That's insane. Considering he's fought all those players on his own terms and win tone as well. Falling back as the smoke faded. It's still no success for Maryland since Rabbit returned to the server.
And I mean, we got to be honest. When you have a DC like that, and you know, having to play with a bot just to keep the match kind of going, it can be mentally draining.
Yes.
Right. So
Yeah.
there is something to be said, and I will say this about most FPS, but CS:GO in particular, it drains you a little bit because it's the fact that you are currently playing and you just have to watch in frustration as a bot does not actually listen. There is no way to issue minor commands to the bot. The bot just does whatever the bot wants to do. So you are just, it's mentally taxing and changing things back. This is where I will 100% say with you, please, like, take a timeout, take a breath, mental reset here, right?
Just used all of them, so there's nothing left.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, they don't have any more timeouts. So we went from not timing out a single time to they're all gone. No, and even then, good note too. It's not just Rabbit. It's this entire team that's going to be suffering mentally from that. Oh, Caillou, that's so fate. The timing just keeps working out so well, but Fate in the right position to be able to trade, but it's not enough motivation to actually hit this A site. And the rotation back up through connector, Crispy, a dangerous situation here, and not going to be able to line up a single one of those frags too. This bomb's and it's not in a good spot. It's stuck towards bathrooms here. 23 HP for Fade. He needs to make best of a bad situation, but as it drops, it's Tem on the opposite side of the map. Tasked with saving the round and catching Dax with his back turned. Now down to 1v1, but information in the hands of Stanklord.
Hey, you know what? This is the best that you can do. So Maryland gonna try and fight back. Can you make it happen? All right. Let's take a look. Oh, you swung right by him. Tem is like, gosh dang it. All right, well, I got what I came for. Let's quickly run away. All right, let's get this bomb down. Can Tem pull this off? Can they start making a comeback here in round number 12? Down goes the smoke. Plant inside, and Tem is ready to fire away. A quick nade just to try and flush out Stanklord, who still hasn't really chased in, and instead, all the way there on A, is not going to round their way back out. Up in heaven. Sound is being made. A lot of sound, so Stanklord not being sneaky about this one.
No? Should clear it, though. He should. Absolutely will, and Stanklord will come out on top, too. I mean, that was Maryland's best shot at a round in a while, and oh man, when Stanklord's hitting shots like that, that's crazy.
Yeah. The fact that it was also really close, right? Stanklord on 4 HP at the end of that. You got to give credit to Tem. They tried their best, just needed to be a little bit higher on the shot. Either way, Stony Brook hit 10 rounds on University of Maryland's map pick. And they are looking down the barrel of a loaded gun right now. 6 rounds to finish it off. You can gather about 3 more here in this first half. Let's see what they can do. AKs all the way around for University of Maryland. They're going to chase up mid and through the sewers as well. They're going to try and take their best shots. Rabbit, once again, holding off on an off flank. 3 kills so far for themselves. Sprayed through the box just cuz. Not going to hope for a little bit more. Lamb Chop returns fire.
We saw him get another kill like that earlier on in this half, and that I remember seeing that. It doesn't happen often. When it does, I always put myself in the shoes of the other player and just like, well, I didn't deserve to die there, but I guess it's a kill well earned.
Right now, still playing extremely quietly. In through this pipe, hoping to get up through the canal, and Fate is just like, look guys, we can still play this slow. There's no reason to really worry. Caillou though, chasing real far deep, straight through party and not really finding anyone, so it does give the information out. Hey, this should be a B-side push. We are going to take our chances. Multiple mollies going out to section off the 2 angles. Only two members from the side of Maryland have made it through. Because of that, it's easy shooting. Look around the corner. Stanklord finds the best angle and gets even more. That is 4K written down for Stanklord.
Look at him. It's kind of crazy to think about. We came into this map saying, oh, Caillou, you gotta watch out for Caillou, man. He's got the op. It's a dangerous weapon. He's the second lowest fragger on this team right now.
Oh my gosh. I do feel it also lends itself to Stony Brook saying, hey, we have the confidence, right? And it goes back to that mental state. You sense that Maryland is a little bit in a rough scenario. So right now, Stony Brook are just pushing that advantage. They're just saying, hey, we can take those fights. We can go ahead and willingly take those trades. And in that same sense, Caillou's like, give me a moment. So now, trying to frag up their way the leaderboard. Stony Brook saying, cool. But it's a deep side, a long push into the restroom. And They'll take their chances. They're going to try and bring it to close quarters fights. Ronnie leading the charge, trying to play it quietly. Does not spot the one leading Hector, but here we go. Around the corner. You swing back. You take a peek, but they look one wrong way, and Caillou takes out Ronnie. That's 2 for the Opper. Look for a third. No, Wintone says, I'm in your way. It's a full house of frags for Stony Brook University.
It's not looking good. I'll be honest. I think this half, at the very least, it seems to be somewhat of a write-off. 12 to 3 is the best thing that they could get out of this, and even then, that's not looking good. This is setting up Stony Brook to close out this map. Obviously, come back, Counter-Strike. Everything's possible. Once you get to the next half, everything's a write-off, but there's a long and tall mountain to climb. And Caillou opening up the last round of this first half.
This is... Well... All right. Caillou's like, all right, I missed the shot. What do I do? Ronnie takes the time to take the kill. Oh, but Stanklord chases through Canal, straight through Monster, and said, it's easy pickings. Fade, chasing into the restrooms now, and this is once again an opportunity. 2v4. Dak makes it a 1v4. Stony Brook coming out in the first half in style, as Ronnie is going to fight for these last 3 kills as much as they can with only 40 HP in the pocket. You're going to be hoping up to high heavens for a miracle. Look left, Arm was there, and Wintone takes their head. 13-2 as the first half is done.
21 kills for Dax. That's insane. Double digits for only Crispy on the Maryland side as well. It's listen, if there's a comeback story to be written, it can't get much better than this. 13-2. Stony Brook University just need to push it over the line. University of Maryland, it all starts with the second pistol.
Oh boy. All right, let's get it underway, Bernie. Let's get it underway. Let's see what they can do. In goes Stony Brook as they are chasing as far as they can. Very, very aggressive lean in as well. They chase right up mid and then flank right back out this corridor to A. Ronnie said, no, you don't. You don't get to do that for free. Stanklord gets her life taken away. And Ronnie's going to look for a little bit more. Great flashbang, though, lands right behind this truck. And look at the opening. Lamb chop, right, able to grab 2, but Ronnie takes 1 before falling. This will be 2 for Ronnie, 0 for the rest of the team. The bomb being planted down means it is now Maryland to have to push in.
He's just playing with the smoke as it fades. He's got the advantage as well. Oh, following up as well with that headshot. Finally going to be punished for it. But it's the first kill of a 1v3 that'll have to be brought up by Fade just to give them a chance in this comeback. It would mean 14 for the T side. And caught between angles. USB tapping. It's not the right situation. Did he run out of ammo? What was that? Oh, no. Either way, though, Stony Brook, they're up to 14. They've won both pistols in the series. Both, every single pistol tonight being won by, I guess, the opponent of the map pick.
I like how we were searching for the term for it, and it's just like, yeah, that's what we got here. But it's true. Stony Brook have been looking phenomenal here and taking everything in stride. They've worked their way forward, and right now, it is going to be a minor purchasing round. A hero rifle on the side of University of Maryland. What can they really do with it? A full stack up in mid. You can take a look inside of Squeaky there. Setting up at least 3, or I think that's actually jungle. I do apologize.
Look at that.
This is triple stack. I love it. No matter what, I love it.
You don't see it often, but it's really good at finding opening duels. You'll see, usually if you see a B hit at this point of the game, it's at some point the T side will take water control, but either through coming down from connector or through monster. And so if you send 3 towards B, there's a good chance that you'll find first contact here, and it's usually a relatively safe kill as well. And so it's a good shot at the very least, but it seems like first contact might actually end up being going towards A here.
Ooh.
Stanklord finds that first contact. He actually finds the first kill as well. Look at him probing for more. He spotted out that player as well. At that range,
Beautiful.
that pistol's not gonna do a thing. And so there's 3-man boost towards B. It's mute.
I love it. They're not gonna move. I love this so much.
At this point, you know they're having a laugh. Listen, even if the bomb's planted today, we're not going anywhere.
Can we just get a cam on the top guy just like staring over for the rest of the time? Just there ain't nothing there. It's just we're gonna sit there and wait forever.
Oh, they moved.
Oh, now I'm sad. All right, well they're gonna give it their best shot. Again, out they rotate. All 3 chasing back and around out of B, straight into Canal, straight up through train, and Yep, there it is. Lamb Chop able to find one. Rabbit fights right back, but it's a 2v4, and the rest of the team now scattering towards that alleyway. What can Maryland do? Maryland can try and hold another angle, try and have a bit more fun, or they can go and chase the opponent. Walking forward, couple guns out, and there it is. That's going to be the shot. Windtone finds Crispy, and Caillou finds Rabbit. It is match point for Stony Brook University as they look for just one more round.
The fact that they lost every weapon too, if you're the defending, I guess you're the CT side of that situation, you lose every gun at the end, you're gonna wonder, why don't we just go for the retake, you know what I mean? Or why don't we go for exits, try to at least take rifles out of the hands of the T side, losing everything. The only gun, the only two-handed weapon here is Crispy's Scout, and that's, ooh, it's rough, and that's saying it lightly.
Oh man. Well, here we go. Pistols all around, and then a scout for Crispy. All hands on deck for this final round, or potential final round. Stony Brook chasing up A-Long for a little bit, seeing if they can find anyone out. Molly straight into the restroom, just saying, hey, if anyone's there, you aren't going to get too far. A quiet push up, though, from Maryland. They're going to try and make this close quarters once they hear the Molly go out. And of course, they might find the backs of some of Stony Brook. There it is, Dak. Getting shot at, and there's a kill. Fade able to find one, but falls to Stank Lord. You know what? That's better than what you could have asked for. So there you go. Stank Lord said, give me the better weapon. Thank you.
I'm not sure if they've actually encountered the scout yet, at least not a single bullet. Whoa. It's a dangerous gun. Lamb Chop down to just 14 HP and shot in the shoulder as well. I'm not sure why he was jiggling that on that health, but it is what it is. Honestly, this is a good shot. The University of Maryland, they've dealt the damage. If they're able to stay ahead of these rotations and just land the bomb site where Stony Brook are coming from, it's a good shot at the round. Molotov that will force Crispy back, and shot not going to connect for anything, but pushing in front. Ronnie finding another 5-7. Kill, following up with the second as well. Traded back out, but it's Caillou in for this 1v2 times. Not really in his favor. Forced to go for this plant, but it gives time for the CT side to regroup.
All right, well, there you go. You know one's rushing around, and you can't find it, so you spray to the left, and you spray to the right, and you miss all the way around. You know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Tim and Rabbit are able to grab a third for University of Maryland. Oh, man, that was fun. that was very fun to watch. University of Maryland, you know what? They were having fun earlier with the triple stack, and they say fun may have swung it right back. It's still going. This game is still going.
12 rounds, just for OT. I don't think I've ever seen it happen. I'm more than happy to be proven wrong. I'd say this is a good round to show. If you're going to pull off this comeback, this needs to be a round that needs to be dominant. You know what I mean? You need to show that you can win out rounds in a dominant fashion to really set the pace, but, ooh, okay. Calling the speed rush. Rabbit finding this first 2 kills. Tech9's at close range. Damaged, bruised will mean they don't find a single thing. That AK in hand towards the end. Only good for 2. It's follow-up. But a force back from Stony Brook will go fruitless.
I feel that was also Stony Brook, just like, yeah, we're going to have some fun too. We're going to have a little bit of a chance. Not exactly what they wanted to do, but it was a choice being made, and now they get to be in that save round. They get to work with only the pistols and pray something happens. But look at the chase up. University of Maryland saying, we know what you're going to try and do. We can read this a mile away. They're going to spray down. They get more than enough. Crispy with the pistol out. Should finish this one off. And yes, you do. Second round in, and that way, Stony Brook say, cool. Now we got weapons again. Let's make this happen. University of Maryland was given a little bit of an extension on life, but Stony Brook is ready to finish things off.
A case in hand. They have yet to win the gun round. Goes to fully equipped University of Maryland's side. I say fully equipped. Ronnie's still got an MP9. Not sure why he hasn't upgraded. His teammate could afford it. But hey, I digress. Flashbanged off is Crispy. But they won't know the AWP's there as a result. Oh. Okay.
What is... someone like the skin on the ground a little bit more. Tem picks up a weapon from a teammate. And now it's a chance.
You just wanted to make sure that The better weapon is in the hands of the player with more HP. That's all that is.
Okay. I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that. Now that taking a look down the row. All right, let's see what they can do here. We are getting underway with what could be the last round of this series. Stanklord, though, chasing a little bit, or at least the back end of a teammate. It's a quiet thing, and a long push has not been made in quite some time, but Stanklord might revive it. There it is. There's a flashbang around the wall, but Fade realizes that that is not a safe place to be. First kill goes the way of Stony Brook, as it is now full HP on every single member, and Maryland wondering where the heck they should defend next.
The problem is that flashbang it had to have come from one of his teammates, and so Kai has a good idea of what's going on. There's another player hanging around towards long, and gambling in a rotation as well. There's that kill. All of a sudden, an opening towards A. The rotations will start coming up, but that's not the intended target. It's back towards B for the T side, and it's another kill as well to open things up. This might just be the end of the University of Maryland here tonight.
It's looking more like it. Smoke did not want to stay up in heaven, so Rabbit just kind of kicked it right back down the stairs. It's not going to be a chance, though. Eyes are open, and now Rabbit goes, I did not like any of that. Takes a lot of deeks to the body, and there it is. Wintone finds the final kill. 16-5 is the final score, as it is 2-0 series win to Stony Brook Werewolves. Congratulations to them, as we go ahead and take a look at their commanding series, right? Caillou in game number 1, and then at the end of it in game 2, Dak did some kind of work.
It was kind of insane, to be honest, this entire series. I think a little bit one-sided towards the end, but I think what we saw there on Overpass, it was a really good opening start to the side of Stony Brook, but I think the moment that disconnect happens, it just kind of all disappeared. A lot of motivation gets lost in the moment when that kind of stuff happens. You lose a couple rounds, and it's like, the half is essentially over. You set yourself up to deliver an almost insane comeback. Was 12-3 or 13? I think it was 12-3 at the end. It's so difficult to pull that off. Very few teams could do it, and you would have to be in a very commanding position to be able to do that. And unfortunately, they just weren't. I think at the end of the night, though, I do think overall we saw the better team win. Even on Vertigo, I think we saw them pull through. They had the better plays. I think we saw the flashier players as well in the hands of Caillou. We saw Dax especially delivering on Overpass as well. I think this was somewhat inevitable, but it wasn't the way I would have liked to see the series go.
I would honestly like to see these two teams rematch in the playoffs. Again, keep in mind, these were two teams that were 5-0. So they have a very good chance of making it in the playoffs. They have a very good chance of playing, if they keep playing to their strengths. I would love to see them face off again. You know, the rematch of champions. But we are going to have a short interview with one of the players of Stony Brook to get a little bit of insight into the series and how they're preparing for the end of the season as well as the postseason. We're going to be interviewing Stank to give us a bit of insight. So please do not go anywhere. Nate Starling will be right back with an interview with the winning team. Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to have a short little interview, or at least an in-depth interview, with one of the members of Stony Brook University. They took the dub 2-0, maintain a perfect record, and are looking to be undefeated coming into week number 7, or at least they are now. Let's go ahead and talk with Stank, one of the members of the team. Stank, how you doing after that 2-0 victory, keeping your undefeated series streak alive?
I mean, I think we're all feeling great after that. It was definitely very scary seeing, coming into a 5-0 versus 5-0 match. You don't know what to expect, especially in the collegiate mix. Sometimes you have a team of advanced players, sometimes you don't. We were scared coming into this match. We saw some main players on the other team, so definitely some better talent on the other team that we were expecting to shoot well, and they did. I was getting nervous on Vertigo for a little bit, and after that overpass map, I think we're just all happy to be done, not have to go down to third.
Yeah, so let's talk about the Vertigo game for a minute. Coming into that, it seemed like you guys had a good streak of rounds. You guys lost both pistols, actually, which is something that was slightly concerning, but you guys seem to have relative dominance over the gun rounds. Was there something that you guys had read? Were they making mistakes? What was going on there to where you guys had so much control?
Yeah, so on our CT side, we were kind of just denying a lot of information from them, and just by taking a lot of control. But the CT side was a little shaky. I wasn't performing that well on B side. I kept getting overrun. But on the T side, we kind of just took a lot from them, denied a lot of control from them, and it was really having to just let them play blind into those next rounds was completely just playing into us. Because playing blind in this game, a game of information, is just really hard. So great job from our caller, Matt. Keo, you did a really good job keeping us in, keeping the mental well. So really happy with that.
Of course, and it did kind of bleed over into that second game as well, because we saw it was about 28 rounds. You were 16-12, I believe, from game number 1. Going from your own map pick and having it be maybe a little bit closer than you would have liked, were you still nervous actually moving into overpass, or was your team actually feeling a bit more confident after that game? Were you feeling a little bit better moving into that second game, at least at the start?
Yeah, so going into Overpass, it's definitely a map that I think for some reason our school just is really good at. Last semester, we had a B team. I love them, B team, shout out to you. Not for this semester, unfortunately. But our Overpass on that team was really good. Our Overpass on the A team is normally really good. I think also just because Crotomo, like one of our former players now coaching with us, is just an amazing coach. He's really good mentor for all of us on Overpass, so Overpass was really confident for us. We weren't expecting them to pick it, actually. So coming into Overpass, we kind of felt like maybe we had more of an advantage, because our Vertigo, yes, we've played it, but we play more like a Puggy style. Luckily, we were able to keep it together. But coming into Overpass, we were definitely happy coming in there.
I guess touching on that note too, into Overpass, and obviously we had that unfortunate disconnect for Rabbit. Could you tell on the server that affected the way they were playing? You guys had a lead going into that kind of, I guess we'll call it an incident, and off the back of it, you guys extended it to an absolutely insane lead. Was there something that you just kept applying to them throughout the entire situation, or could you tell that after that entire endeavor that they seemed somewhat drained, just not really in it anymore?
Yeah, when he disconnected, it was just really unfortunate. We used all our techs because unfortunately something was wrong with the server and we couldn't get the tech pauses. So calling all those techs was just, it was draining for them probably. No one wants to be sitting there like wondering what it was, but pretty sure it was an internet issue. So there's really not much you can do. Just hope the internet service provider comes back. So coming into the rounds where we did play the 4-on-5, we were trying to give them space. We weren't hunting down at the end of the round. We were trying to let the issue resolve. I hope they realized we weren't really trying to bully the 4-on-5. They actually got one of those rounds into us, which was shocking. But coming out of the 4v5, when he eventually did come back, you could definitely tell the mood had changed in the server. On Vertigo, they were definitely taking a lot of opening fights. They were really playing aggressive, like trying to act like they owned the server. But after that, it just seemed like something had left them. And honestly, if you're playing 4v5 for that many rounds, there's no blaming it.
Yeah.
Of course, it's one of the painful things, but again, it happens, and it might be fun to see you guys play at full strength again. The rematch maybe in the playoffs, you never know. So hopefully we get to see that. But again, congratulations on the dub here tonight. Final question, of course, is there anyone that you would like to shout out, give props to, give respects to, give thanks to, anyone that you would like to give a shout out to on stream here?
Absolutely. I'd love to shout out Krotomo. Thanks for coaching. We were really grateful for that. We're thankful to all the esports staff here at Stony Brook. They've definitely been picking it up here the last semester and the semester before, integrating us into the school system, which really helps, providing the nice game room for us to play in. Really nice of them. Shout out to my former B team. I know I said it earlier, but love you guys. Love you, Tony, Chris, Connor, Adam. Love you guys. I was on the B team, so really looking to at least have some of them play in the next semester. But thank you guys for this amazing interview. Thank you.
Of course, and thank you so much for doing it with us. Again, congratulations on the dub, and good luck to the rest of the season for you, Stanklord.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we'll go ahead and close things out here for the first match, but we have more CSGO action coming up very, very shortly. We have California State Polytechnic University Pomona coming up against Colorado School of Mines, and that'll be our next match and the final match here tonight, so don't go anywhere. Nate Star League will be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. We're ready to go with our second series of the day, and I could not be more excited. We are heading into our second round. It will be with, of course, Colorado School of Mines and California State Polytechnic University of Pomona. Please do not try and say that 3 times fast. I just did, and I tripped every single time I did. So let's get ready to go. Again, it is still Orbital and Berde on the microphone, and I'm excited for this. Last series was pretty fun. This one should hopefully be just as fun.
Yeah, a returning team from last week in the form of Colorado School of Mines. CSM is, I think we referred to them for the majority of last week, and I think I'll be referring to the other team. I can't for the life of me remember their name. It's probably CPP for the rest of the night as well, just to make things easier on myself. But the reason the CSM are so dear to my heart, especially in terms of last week, because they put an absolute banger of a series against San Diego State. And coming into this, that's really what I'm looking at, is an absolutely insane matchup that came through all 3 maps. It delivered every single moment, and coming into that, I'm just looking for more of it. You know what I mean? It feed it straight into my veins.
Just go ahead, just, no chaser, no nothing, just send it. And of course, we are taking a look here. Colorado School of Mines, currently another 5-0 squad. California Polytechnic Pomona also doing quite well for themselves, 4-1. So if they lose here, it will not be too bad. And same for Colorado School of Mines. But of course, the one that is currently 5-0 wants to keep these rolling as quickly as possible, so we'll see what they can do. Of course, on the Broncos side, it is Captain Mantis, Coda, Slick, Jude, and Sovereign to round out their team.
Yeah, Gore, Jarek, I'm Donut, Yag, and Cyan to be able to close it out on the other side of things. The fan favorites in the building. Quick note as well. I believe that the side of CPP will have a substitute for Slick Ninja, and so put a little asterisk next to that. We might necessarily see them in the server, and that's something that could actually be talked about, because coming into this, we got 5-0 versus a 4-1 team. Coming in as what is likely to be the underdog, not only in terms of the standings, but also the kind of individual players in the server. Bringing in a substitute on top of that, it's not likely to help your case.
Now, there is also something quite fun to talk about, and I am personally very excited to see it. So the maps we will show you next, but there are some interesting maps, I will say, or maybe to some, maybe not so interesting. One is Nuke, which is still a hometown favorite, but Anubis is being forced in round 2 in map 2, and then of course Overpass to end it, which we saw just last series. But I mean, Anubis is always quite fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah, so let me actually try to find real quick. Here we go. I've got my hands on the series from last week. So the 3 maps for that were Inferno, Nuke, and Overpass, and Nuke was 16-9 for Colorado School of Mines. And so just keep that in the back of your mind coming into this. That CSM coming into this is their pick, obviously. This is a map that they've won before, and that was a team in the form of San Diego State, that was looking very good that night. You had Ruger absolutely popping off, and it's scary. But on the other hand, we've got Anubis coming up as the second map, which is arguably even more terrifying for both teams. You don't know what you get coming into Anubis in collegiate Counter-Strike.
I feel that's also why Colorado decided to pick it. They just said, screw it, we're gonna have some fun with this second map. We are gonna get some seriously silly moments, and I can't wait to see it, right? So right now, taking a look at Nuke, these are, of course, 2 brand new maps in terms of tonight so far. So I think that brings a lot more variability, but Nuke itself brings with it a very open space, right? This is a little bit different than we've probably seen in the rest of them, right? We were talking about Overpass. It's a little bit more stock standard. You can rush in, you can do that. It's a util, but this one's more like, you better be on your A game. You better been hitting that training for a while.
Yeah, and Nuke's one of those maps, I touched on it specifically last week. It's very similar to Vertigo in the sense of it relies a lot on rotations, specifically the rotations aspect. Where you put your players matters a lot. If you've got your mini player helping out outside too much, you leave yourself open to an A rush, all of a sudden you've got nothing left to respond with. If your heaven player's focusing too much on outside, you leave yourself open towards ramp, all of a sudden the B bomb site's wide open. If for some reason you lose control of secret, you lose control of ramp, if you're not responding quick enough to get down to the B bomb site, you put yourself in extremely disadvantageous retake situations, and it makes it really difficult to play your CT side. Which is why, if you're playing a good Nuke team, the fact that Nuke is CT-sided is absurd, because you'll see T-sides pull streaks of 6-9 rounds together and just bully the CT side economy if they know how to take advantage of those rotations properly.
That's going to be the most terrifying factor. Again, for Colorado, they're looking to storm over the Broncos as quickly as possible. If they're able to, it's going to be a little bit of a rough time. I'm also excited to see if they've been practicing Anubis. Of course, if they do pick it, it can either be they're just really confident in their own gun duels, or they've been practicing this the entire time. So it's one of the two, and either one is not fun. So we'll see what Nuke brings. Of course, we are hoping to see some of those awesome swing shots. I personally still love ramp side because, again, that is the easiest place to spray and pray. Please do not ask me why all I do is spray and pray, because it's the easiest thing in the world for me. But that is also a very fun area. Of course, outside near the garages, near secret, those also bring a lot of value. We can see a lot of the lineups usually smoking out a lot of that outside territory so that the T's can rush it. And then, of course, the silo top. Everyone knows, loves, and hates it depending on how quickly you can get there. So all eyes are open here. Nuke will be kicking things off for us, and we'll get to hopefully have a fun time. For you, Burdett, I mean, where do you prefer to go ahead and set up shop, or where do you prefer to fight on this map the most?
Ooh, I don't know, man. I feel like everywhere is comfortable. There's so many places that you could just kind of... I like playing pretty ratty. I like to sit around smokes. I like to work my way around them. I like to toss utility for my teammates, and so playing outside is a really good place to be in that regard. When I used to op as well, sitting around big garage, just picking off players as they come towards me, it was always a good time. And coming into this as well, I mean, there's a couple of players that I'm looking forward to in the server to be able to put up consistent action. I mean, I guess specifically referring to last week, Gore was one of the players in the side of Colorado School of Mines that put up insane numbers. Map number 1, 21 kills. Map number 2, 24 kills. Map number 3, 19 kills consistently at the top of his team. And that's a scary prospect, especially when last week you had an opponent who had one player fragging out, but I don't think we necessarily have that outstanding factor today. We've got two teams that are just going to put their best at each other. And heading into Nuke here, pissed around, everything's on the table.
It's all laid bare. You can't really walk away from it until you lose all your chips. So let's see what they can do. Of course, right now the Broncos setting up in their own angles, and you see Gore prepping on the top side. As you said, it's very important to remember the positioning. Are you going to be there at the same time? And now door is going to be opened, and Rampage saying, give me a chance. Jarek, though, said not today. Good flashbang, though, but no hits landing. So Yag able to find another. So far, 2-0 in favor of this, of the Colorado squad. And the Broncos praying for just a little bit more. But they're not going to find a Sovereign, though. Able to find Donut. Eats him up for breakfast. Now you got to find lunch and dinner. How are you going to do this?
Sean's barely missing here. And actually a kill from Super Round. Tech 9 in the hand of Sovereign. Covered weapons, finding frags, but unfortunately he's the last man left standing, and so caught between these angles, if Gore becomes exposed, his teammate surely will be the one to seal it up as well. And well, time ticked. It looked to have been a lost round anyway. CSM on the map pick in that first round.
Feels good. Feels good to start. 3Ks are always nice to kind of drop in the bucket there. So Jarek is going to follow up with the rest of the team, but you can see here, they're mostly just buying up a bit of Utah. Okay, there it is. I was like, why? What's going on here? I was like, they should have bought already, right? Like, I was sitting here like, they should buy up. All right, there's the AK. There's even more behind it, and we're going to have some fun here. Colorado saying, yeah, all we need is a moment. Pistols out on the side of the Broncos, and of course, they can't really do too much else. We do see a frag, though. That's going to be launched outright. The flashbang, though, used on the outside as well. So it's a full outside stack. And Yag is about to spray them all down. That's one. That's two. Gore helping out on the back end. Make it a third. Nope. Broncos said no thank you. Gore, though, said, I still have some value. We are going to chase you down. Captain Mantis right now. You better go down with the ship here. You might not even have a choice. Couple deeks on the head. Can't finish it off. Yag gets Mantis's life.
Good round. Can't really complain too much. Gore seemed to have been in a dangerous situation for just a moment, but he had his teammate behind him. He had the support that he needed after reading those grenades. That there was probably something coming through, and being able to pull it through flawless is a nice kind of touch as well. But this is where we get down into the meat of it. Gun around coming through. MP9 for Captain Mantis. That's the substitute player that we do end up seeing. It'll be interesting to see how he comes in tonight. But CG side Nuke, this would probably be a good time to start performing. You don't really want to get these halves get away from you too far.
Well, you're going to try. We do say try because right now Colorado has shown a very stalwart aggression. And again, they also still have guns. Let's not say like, oh man, you know, Colorado aren't doing that. But it is going to be a chance, as you said. And right now, ramp hasn't been played at all. Colorado haven't worried about the angle, but they're now cheating towards that edge. For the 2 rounds, a lot of respect. Unit over by Colorado. A little pick on the top side. Cyan not able to really get any help. Coda able to find the opener.
The question remains to be asked where they'll go after this. They've all grouped themselves in towards the lobby, now towards this door. With the smoke, they've found themselves an entry, but Super Rat trading out makes this difficult to work with. Even if they get the bomb down here, post plants aren't going to be perfect. You've got Coda working in on the flank. A Molotov in towards Heaven to buy time. That flank will actually find impact. In for that frag, and 2 players left to bring this back. 2v4 as the bomb goes down.
Right now, Jarek making sure that they pay for it. Opens up the door, says, hey, gotta make sure I'm safe. Bomb down, though. It's now a question of can they be spotted out. Door is open. Smoke goes out, shuts off that squeaky side angle. They haven't been found yet. So Rampage gonna try and put a defuse here, but look at the flashbang. Opens up an opportunity. Yogg able to find it. Yogg fires up to Heaven and takes out one. It's down to a 1v1. And Rampage, you're gonna be toyed with. You gotta give it your best bet. You gotta try for it, and you do. You are gonna get it because Jarek took a little bit too long, and Rampage still gets a kill. It was much closer than they would have liked, but the Broncos take the first round.
And that's where post-plant position can be extremely punishing. They planted for the backside of the bomb site, expecting someone to be fighting through that mini smoke or coming up through the vent, something of that sort, and it just left them out of position. When it came to actually stopping the defuse, it's punishing. But that's Nuke for you. Positioning is everything, and they do lose the first round with that bomb plant. Guns back on the board. Another attempt at winning round number 4.
Oh, it looks so spicy. It looks so crazy, and that's what I like to see. Colorado coming out with a bit more heat to them as well. Donut getting chunked out. You're just about 3/4 of a donut there. Yogg saying, I ate a lot more there. I'm sorry. They're dropped down to about 22 HP, so it's an outside attack from the side of Colorado, or at least for the time being. And you can see here, 2 still inside for the Broncos, but Gore inside of Squeaky said, not today. Rampage dropped with a headshot. With the bomb outside, they are hunting for more kills. Colorado want to find at least another outside of Sovereign. That will place it in the perfect position to chase into either side.
Yeah, they've opened up that outside angle and in towards the A-bomb site. Now Donut will find that lurking player on top of Hut, and this is essentially round over. Unless they've recognized how much damage they've done already, it would be extremely difficult to justify going for this, but maybe a timing here to actually catch off the bomb. Okay, all right, Coda's found a kill elsewhere as well, being chased somehow.
Ooh.
This round's back under consideration.
What?
Jarek now the last man standing as the bomb is dropped. Coda going down for the 1v1 and swinging back through. Super Rat getting proactive and winning his team a second round.
You know what? Super Rat does what Super Rat does best. Rats it out, gets a random flank. And I say random, but we watched it on the minimap the entire time. But that was phenomenal, right? That was so well done.
Looks great.
From the side of the Broncos. And now Colorado down in that econ, down in that safe position. I mean, huge props. Huge props to the side of the Broncos, who are now looking a bit more in control. That's going to be 2 defuse kits and plenty to work with here. So, well done. And now Colorado just got to take one on the chin.
Yeah, we say that, but Deagle's in hand, and hands of dangerous players at that. I've seen firsthand what these players could do. They've been around for many seasons. And you don't really want to get complacent around them, that's for sure, especially on their T side. But patience is a key so far in this round of flashbang to scare off any approaching terrorists. As Rampage goes looking for information, ends up finding one player, but there's exactly the player I'm talking about. Gore with an opening frag, although traded.
I think with these Eagles in hand, you'll take a trade any day, right? Like, you know that you're working up against a higher economy. Yeah, you'll take whatever you can get. A couple peeks here and there. Yogg is spotted out, but 2 hurt outside the door directly. Means that Rampage better not be caught slipping, and they are. Cyan able to find one up in the Heaven side. Can you spot them out? That is Super Rat getting spotted out. And Jarek with the execution on Coda. You said it first, Birdie. You said it first, and I did not listen, but now I am.
You don't mess with these players, man. You don't. Yeah. You absolutely don't. You give them the 1v1s, and they'll swing you with 3. You're expecting one fight. It's not only is it not the fight you're expecting, but it's not the fight you're expected to win. When 3 pistols swing you like that, what do you do? And even when this opening.
Jeez.
I don't need to say anything. That speaks for itself.
Yeah, let's just let this last one help out. All right, I let him cook for a little bit too long. Donut does fall Sovereign. The Fox trying to be a little bit cheeky. I mean, you're not going to get the round, but maybe you can take 1 or 2 more lives with you. A swing wide, Cyan said not today. That'll be 3 to the side of Colorado. In a round that they were not slated to win, take all of the weapons back and force Broncos into a rough spot.
And that's really the biggest problem here. It's not the fact that CPP just lost a round. It's the fact that it's an anti-eco, and then on top of that, CSM was slated to buy into that next round, and now they've just got a free kind of bonus round to back that up. I mean, Science obviously invested in AWP into this, but look, 3 of these players with more than $3 grand. This is an excellent turn of events for them. They could have hoped for anything better, and we see this outside play now being repeated. I'm sure they'll have this red like they did before. This time they're dealing more damage.
Ooh.
A higher chance of success of pulling out the round. They've dropped the bomb in the process as well.
I mean, at this point, just rush pistols every single time. These teams just want to go back and forth with these, awkward save rounds, and their confidence goes through the roof. And Cyan looking up at just the wrong time. Rampage able to grab a weapon. Carrying on forward, should have seen a peek on top of roof and said, all right, we know where at least one is. With the bomb down, they're not going to test anywhere close to Jarek, though, trying to make the least amount of noise possible. Here's my silo. Nothing there. A little bit of flashbang goes out, and the flash calls for the flash shots. Rampage able to find one wall blind, and that's more than you could ask for. Cyan takes a random shot, does not land. Sovereign's gonna back out to safety. 2v3. A surprising factor for all.
Yeah, but they got the bomb, and they know exactly how long and how much CT side was trying to contest for it, and so they've spotted an open route towards ramp. The question is, CPP, they're going to be aware of this rotation down. Are they going to be aware of this gap in their defenses? You'll start to see that shift going through. Ooh. It will be enough to stop the plant.
I don't know if it'll be enough to stop the plant, but to get to the defusal, I think they can easily do it. Window is open. Door is open as well. Door quickly shut as Gore flips around the backside, able to take a Sovereign. Super Rat finds Gore, but Cyan is still alive. But Cyan has given away their location. Super Rat has to break through the glass, though. This is going to be testy. You take one shot, you look. It was a push out, though. They don't know Cyan. Cyan pushes back and around. What a chance event. Cyan plays this beautifully. Finds an open shot, and Super Rat was none the wiser. Cyan, a beautiful job to give Colorado their 4th.
That was textbook. You knew exactly what was going through Cyan's head in every single moment of that. From holding that door to finding the trade on his teammate, to working his way up. He heard the window broke and just worked his way towards the double doors. He's playing this opponent like it was food, and consumes him in the end. It's double the scoreline of Cal Poly Pomona, and it doesn't look good. But this is what I was talking about. When the T side is good, it can snowball so quickly. When you can't chain together your CT side around, you're broke. We keep seeing these ecos, and it looks to be another quick one. CSM, although an AK recovered, might tell another story.
Jarek's so mad that they weren't able to pull the 5K. Like 100% Jarek was so mad that the 3rd kill did not happen as quickly. Still, 3 kills, perfectly done. Coda with an AK in hand. I don't know how much you're going to be able to do here, but I mean, it's going to be enough. Captain Mantis, being the captain for a reason, is just hiding out here in the locker room, said, okay, just what do I have to do here? With the tag down, the rest of the team should be able to move in, and Colorado should have another round for themselves. They're looking quite strong. Coda, admiring a weapon that they picked up. Remember, always get your free haircuts if you'd like. The Mantis, 25 HP. Not much you can do about it.
All right, so we're getting to the stage of this where it's a shot. Loss bonus is going to start being a factor here for the CT side. They've lost more rounds than they would like to admit, and so they'll be given more and more chances, but not only more and more chances to try to turn this back, but better chances, right? Instead of seeing rounds with, FAMASs and armor, or maybe M4s and no utility, we'll see rounds like this. There's a little bit more investment behind it. We'll start seeing the AWP a little bit more often. And in the hands of Sovereign Fox, players 3 and 7 currently, maybe some better chances to actually take the fights that he's wanting to take.
Let's see if they can. Right now, guns are out, fun is out, and everyone is down to business. So, a couple smokes go out, blocking off the outside corridor. Not all the way to secret, though, but Coda said, I see you. Cyan said, really? Where'd you see me at? Super Rat saying, we saw you definitely. So ramp is now shut down. Bomb is down inside of that connection area. But of course, they'll probably rotate right back out. So eyes are open. Bronco waiting to see where Colorado decide to make their push. For right now, it's a stalwart hold. Sovereign peeking outside from that garage setting and saying, no one's really here. Where the heck are they?
CSM, they've got 2 smokes left. Find some presence, a grenade outside to maybe try to bait Sovereign Fox in the other direction, but he's posted. He's holding this angle. And the remainder of this CSM squad, they're not looking to try to fight him. I think they know he's hanging around. But the players in the position they are, it at least seems the most likely that they'll try to go for some sort of split towards this A side. A flashbang could set up Donut for this frag. Rampage is waiting on the other side, but it'll be done dry, and it's shifting his crosshair just a little bit too much. Will be that opening towards this A side. Captain Mantis, a substitute player in for a double, potentially save his team this round. Rotations starting to drop, and Jarek being removed from the situation means Gore left in a nasty one. Needs 3. Went out the round, pivoting, but it's just not enough.
Honestly, Broncos played that quite well. And as you said, Mantis holding down the fort inside. What a ridiculous play there. But it was so scary, right? We saw the garage hold and then 2 slip by and caught Rampage completely off guard. So Colorado maybe kicking themselves a little bit, saying, man, I think we could have done it. But they had plenty of econs. So now, gun round number 2. Colorado is going to try and make their way forward. Last time around is a deep default spread. 2 outside. Couple follow behind and multiples inside. This time around, 4 stacked on the outside, trying to find an early frag. They know that someone's hiding back there in a garage with an op, but they've done their homework. 3 smokes, all cutting off secret. It's a perfect push in by Colorado.
And some damage dealt to the mini player as well. These rotations, this is what I was talking about. It's so far away. Where are these rotations out towards B? You've got one player ready to fight for control, but he's got no presence. He has nowhere to fall back to. He doesn't win his fights. It's essentially round over, but he does pivot. Part of the rafters, but I don't know how much damage he took there, but he's gone unnoticed. Finally does go down. The bomb dropped on towards that B bomb site, starting to collapse for the CSM side. Now into the 2v3, an opportunity to plant this bomb, but it needs to come quick because this post plant is going to be a difficult one.
Also going to be very, very scary as the door is open, but that's what you want. Gore showing up again here in the second week and saying, look, I got to protect the planter. We're good to go. Look on the top rung, though. You were looking to the left, and they were on your right. Captain Mantis goes down. Sovereign, though, takes out Gore. Down to a 1v1. And keep in mind, Sovereign is at a massive disadvantage. You got 1 shot, 1 up. Well, now you got about, 7, 25 to be exact. Yag, though, saying, all I need is a moment. Smoke goes out. Quick chance at a defuse.
He doesn't know where the bomb is.
Oh,
no.
Oh, no. I think that's... No, they had it. And there's a spray. There's a peek, and Sovereign. Sovereign got an opportunity, but it's over. That's going to be it. That feels so bad. Colorado, take a 6th.
But I think he had it. I think if Sovereign Fox would have just stuck it, I think he would have had it. It was his only chance at the round win, too. I don't know why he got off. It's devastating.
So here's a lesson for everyone. When you throw down a smoke, make sure to mentally mark where the bomb is. Please.
Or it could cost you the round.
Yep.
Again, what an important round to lose in the clutch. Look at the damage it's done. Poly Pomona economy, there's just nothing left to work with. And once again, okay. Eating that grenade this time around, though, that's going to have 0 impact. I'm noticing that the CT side likes to stick around a lot in their ecos. Just interesting note, but I think that's starting to be read.
Yeah. Coda pushed all the way through. And now it's pushing right back over to the site. Nope. Wants to turn the other way. Really just searching for, like, a single thing. But look at that. Oh no, Gore! Gore got jump scared to the nth degree right there. I love it.
I'm willing to bet. Not much, but I'm willing to bet something that he's using 4x3 resolution because I mean, we saw him, but I can tell you for certain he did not.
It was great. If you ever wanted to see legit panic in someone's gameplay, that was it, right? Like, that was the textbook, oh my gosh, someone's there kind of thing. Oh, that was phenomenal. But we're back on track, right? After that round, we are now back with guns in hand. We see an op in Coda, and they're going to play their Almost stock standard. No, instead, Sovereign's actually going to push up box. Okay, so that's a big change up here. Sovereign waits as one goes by, so Donut just ran. Donut said, I don't care. And now they're inside, so a little bit split up from each other. But Yogg might have an opportunity. So remember, they don't know that there was a swap out, and now you hear a couple jumps, and you see the gun swing out. Yogg with a very nice read on Sovereign. Takes one early.
With that push down towards Secret, you've got the split defense here. You got a player over towards ramp has been shifted outside. 2 players hanging around towards A. One of the I think in the rafters and one towards Mini, and then you've got that player down towards this B bomb site. A flashbang towards Mini to open up this gunfight, and subsequently the A bomb site. Captain Mantis once again tasked with holding his ground, but he's been spotted. He's been isolated, and he continues to deliver, pushing his way through the offensive line. And look at the absolute havoc he's causing.
Wow.
In for a 3.
I've never seen a player get that aggressive and get away with it. That was ridiculous. And Coda just gets a no-scope, just barrel stuffs Donut. And the bomb's still not down. Cyan is now stuck. Cyan cannot move here. You know you're in trouble. You know this bomb is in by far the least optimal spot to try and retrieve. Of course, Mantis trying to be a little bit too sneaky. Now the backpack sticking out on Coda. It's down to a 1v1. Cyan's going to drop down, go through the vents, try and work their way into the B bomb site. And they were able to grab. So plenty done. Very nicely done.
I think he might have spotted Super Red on the way down too. One of his teammates might have communicated it for him. Oh, this is a nasty play to go for. And Super Rat is going to be the well-positioned player for the better positioned player for it. It's an unfortunate set of circumstances there for Cyan. It seemed to have been a good idea just a few moments earlier. I think he would have been the better one off, but it is that 4th round. Starting to close that scoreline, I think, but with only one player left standing, it doesn't do well. They're not looking too healthy coming into this. CSM, despite losing the round, will have a healthier bye.
Ooh. Things are heating up here. Seeing some stellar play from certain players, and they're eating it up quite a bit. Right now, Jarek, though, on that budget buy, expect to see a little bit of craziness, but you can see again a little bit of a smoke chasing on the outside, but it's a full lock smoke, meaning we are going to see a full push on the inside from Colorado. 5 members currently stacked up, or 4 at least. 1 on the outside just holding, praying for a lurk. The rest of CPP, though, not taking the bait. Donut only 1 inside a ramp. Donut wants to take the chance, but looks like the gun is exposed. Coda able to grab 2, should not have been allowed at all. Gore able to trade it back, but it's a 1-for-2 situation. Gore able to take 2 on their own, though. So now things are truly evened up.
I told you when this game started to keep an eye on Gore.
Of course.
A player that just delivers so much impact round after round and does open the round in such a way this time around, but Jarek cutting off one of those rotations. Captain Mantis, he's been loud about his maneuvering down towards this B site. Super Red, that's a good nade kill as well. The follow-up with the A1S, all of a sudden Cyan, tasked with the clutch before, now set to deliver again. It's a 1v2 for him.
He said, I couldn't do it last round, but I'll do it this round for sure. 8-4 is the score. And not a lot in the tank for CPP. They're going to have to wait this one out. Colorado going to be able to buy up and have a phenomenal time. But man, these rounds are getting dicey here. CPP forcing Colorado to play on the edge of their seats. As much as we enjoy watching Cyan pull off a little bit of a clutch play, you don't want to have your team be in that situation. That is not a situation you want to be in the first place.
This is true. But I think, let's be honest though. The scoreline's 8-4. If you're CSM, you're happy if this happens right now, and you give every other round to your opposing team. And so anything at this point is a bonus. You're working with your own terms right now, and CSM know that. They're picking up kills, picking up rounds left and right. Making good work of this half of their map pick so far, but we're not done just yet. We've seen Eco's been won by the CSM team so far this game. There's no reason to think that the Broncos could not do the same.
Well, Donut pulled out the molly up. Probably the worst time possible right there. I love it. It's the getting caught with your pants down moment. But for right now, CSM going to go ahead and try and roll their way through. Sovereign coming from the back end is going to wait and see where the rest of his team is. And he says, oh yeah, I am the team right now. 1 single member left, 100 HP, and a very short pistol in hand. 4 alive for the side of CSM, but they're saying not to worry. We are perfectly okay with not chasing, and Sovereign is going to hunt for a weapon. Let me go see if they can pick up an extra
I'm not
piece
sure.
of... no, wait, that's not the right way, right?
Because Donut died on the A-bomb site, essentially, and so there's no gun to be found. Oh, I guess that Deagle will do.
Yeah. Anything's better than that original, right? It's just
I
anything.
guess, yeah. I was assuming he was going to go for a rifle, but I guess it'll do, yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's anything, right? If you have a penny in hand, you drop the penny to pick up a nickel, you'll call it a gain. You know, it might be 4 cents gain, but
it's
enough.
not $1 million, yeah. But I think at this point you need to be gunning for the $1 million. If you're going to pull back this map, you need to win the lottery. There's honestly so much to work back from. Cal Poly, Pomona, they don't they don't really look like the better team right now. They're not winning gun rounds. Even rounds that come close, it just seems like CSM's firing at a higher level, pushing at a higher rate and gore, opening up this round. Remember, this is a gun round. And once again, there's just no opening. There's nothing to work with on the CT side. Every time they get proactive, they get shut down. Every time they try to hold back, it's just a sledgehammer to break through the wall.
It feels never ending. And in these situations, Coda is trying to make the most of it. Coda able to find one on Yogg, and now heard the windows being broken. Can't find that second shot, though, so Coda will have to back up. Rest of the team flooding in from the side of CSM. Now, with only looking left, you're about to be flanked from the right. Coda, though, is able to swing on Donut, so we see that off-screen, and now Jarek in for another situation. This is a 3v4, so this is doable. Bomb is down, so defusal has to be made. Sovereign is going to inch their way forward, goes up to the door. Door is not being watched, so if it's open, it will show. And Cyan is able to find it, but Mantis is able to find Gore. Cyan goes down, and it's down to 1v3 Jarek. Jarek needs to make some magic happen. Flashbang on the back end. Quick door open. Flashbang lands, and you're able to find no one. Rampage with a blind shot makes it happen. Of all rounds to find, CPP find a 5th.
That was a tragedy. And I'll explain why. CSM, the players in the bomb site, they were trying to buy time because there's that player coming through the flank. I think it was actually Gore, but he couldn't get a single kill. He came in, and everything was kind of hinging on him being able to find impact and shut down. I think there's 3 players that came from ramp on the CT side, but because he came out of it with nothing, the 2 players left on the bomb side, they just had to cope. And a 2v4 is not really an easy situation to work your way back from when you're being fought from multiple angles, and so it does end up going the way of Cal Poly Pomona, but last round of the half, they still got money to buy back in. CSM, they are not concerned.
Ain't nothing. I mean, they're feeling fine about this. They're gonna happily walk their way forward. Donut, of course, playing the short range game. The rest of the Broncos saying, "Hey, you know what? If that's your game." Cyan, though, losing out on the first trade battle. You normally hate to see that with an op, but what you really hate to see is Donut going down very early to Rampage. So great hold on that set. I believe Rampage, yep, over there on ramp side. Now, Mantis praying for an opportunity. Gore on the top of the roof, getting ready to smoke out, frag out. Hoping to put the rest of Colorado on double digits.
They made plays to work out towards the bomb site before in the mid round. The question is whether or not they'll be able to take advantage of it this time again. Captain Mantis has been, oh no, oh the timing there, it's brutal, it's punishing. And it pulls the trigger for this T side to walk out towards A. That's a rotation. Cut off, and Jarek, out on a swivel, finds that frag. Captain Mantis, though, this time it's not going to be the heroic play. It's into the 2v2 as we look to see the bomb go down. CT split, one towards ramp, and Rampage smoked off towards Mini.
What a chance. 2v2.
Taking a while to get this bomb down.
Yeah, they're trying to bait it out. They're trying to draw at least one more kill and put themselves in a really nice spot, but all it's done is given time for a few more of the rotations. The Rampage is about to look to the side. Cyan barrel stuffs Coda, but the shots on the back end don't land. Rampage now spotted out. Means that it should be an easy plan, but look, the op is waiting. Nade goes out, doesn't land anywhere, so Cyan doesn't even have to move. And you see the barrel. Oh! Okay, Rampage able to find a nice body shot. Cyan knocked out of that position. But now here's the dangerous part. 1v2. 12 bullets in the chamber. If you don't reload, you're in trouble. You better make these first 2 hit, and you can't. Gore able to finish this first game, first half at 10-5. Just needs 6 more to win the game.
Yeah, that was scary. There was a lot of moments in the last round when it could have gone the other way, but as you say, 10-5. It's for a T side on Nuke. Yeah, that's outrageous. And heading on to what is the favored side of their own map pick. It's not looking too pretty. I'll be honest, but if you can do it on one half, you can theoretically do it on the other. Winning out this pistol round should be a good step. I think we are in a pause right now, so we have a little more time to discuss it. But I don't know. I'm looking at some of the players on CPP, and I'm like, I don't know. Sovereign Fox, 6-12, not really what you want to be looking for on a map where you're usually having people just walk into your crosshair. You don't really have people sneaking up on you, Nuke. You know what I mean? It's very much like I'm holding my angle. I win that gunfight, or I don't. 6-12 isn't looking too good. Rampage as well, 7-13. Everyone else though, I guess with the exception of I'm Donut, holding the realm on the side of CSM. No complaints.
They're having a good time. They're feeling okay. They're just like, hey, let's play our game. Let's keep things moving. Looks like we're back into it. I think some of the players are doing a little jig, doing a little bit of a dance. So let's get things underway. We're itching for a good battle. Oh.
Gore?
All right. Okay. All right. Gore's alive. we went. We're having deja vu to the first series, guys.
It's all right.
All right. Coda opening up on ramp here, taking a couple swings, and out goes Colorado. Colorado said they did not want to take that chance. They want to draw a little bit of fire back to the teammates. You can see here a chase forward, but Yag and Cyan fire away. Coda able to find one, but now getting shot at on the other side. Two more members chasing in from ramp. Other two already down here in sight. Captain Mantis watching as the bomb is going to be planted, but Sovereign eating so much damage on the back end. So on this retake, they're trying their hardest here, but Yag gets a great shot on Sovereign. That leads it to a 2v4. Donut clears out the back end of the site, and now on the top rungs, Donut with the 2k. Very, very nicely done. It's a nice set of frags, two pair, if you will, and that will be the finish. That'll be 11 rounds to the side of Colorado as they continue their march onward.
It was a very nice 11th round for them as well. I mean, it seems like in a 3v4, if you look at it just at face value, 3v4, you're like, you know, that's winnable. You know, you can work with a 3v4. But all those players were locked onto the bomb site. You had one player who'd worked their way towards that kind of double door area. But the bomb wasn't planned in a good spot. You had two CTs coming on the flank towards ramp, and then two miscellaneous ones elsewhere. It's like, those are really difficult angles to fight from, especially the two players towards ramp. CSM, they did well. They rotated the right spots, they put their players in the right places, and obviously they won all the right fights. And if you do that, that helps, right?
I mean, you would hope so. You would hope so. When I do it, it doesn't work as cleanly, but you know, let's not keep going into that. We are good to go here. CSM ready to go on the outside. They hear the footsteps from Broncos, and the spray is out. But look at that. This time around, Jerick is able to find one. Mantis. Mantis, that is not nice. What's also not nice is Cyan just knocking them all down like bowling pins. The strike and a half here. At least a little bit of a clothesline. Well played. And look at that nade. Cyan baiting it out. Mantis is down, and it's 12 rounds to the CSM squad.
I don't think you understand how Captain Mantis just got that kill. I don't think you do. Captain Mantis was towards the kind of the boxes outside. It was kind of hanging around towards the back of red. Shot through the wall of mini because his teammates were getting killed, and just hit a headshot through the wall with a scout. He fired a single bullet. It's insane. I wish you could have seen his POV, but how could you expect him to get that kill?
He just pulls it out and he kept running like nothing happened. I love it. Just, hey, we got it. We're good. Keep walking. Oh, man. You might need a few more amazing shots like that one, though. You want to start turning things around. Again, massive 7-round difference, and Cyan wants to make it 8. He said, scout what? Scout this. Super Rat out for the count as we're down to 1:20 in the round. Still plenty of time to work with.
The Eagles, though, lurking out towards A. Tech 9's alongside. Bomb dropped, and it seems like that's all she wrote, albeit a mystical ill spray for a moment. 13th, inching closer and closer to map number 2, but it's going to come down to CSM to put us there.
Right now, it just seems like they're just playing the game. Jerick said some words to Yag, and Yag had some words back right there. Saying, what'd you say about my name?
Non-verbal discussion.
Non-verbal. It's the side eye look, just like, really? Did you really just do that?
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Another gun round ready to go. CPP gonna have one of very few chances left here. And they're taking in default Coda, though, able to find Yogg. So a great start to this round. Fragging out against Yogg early on is going to benefit you in opening up territory over here on this B side. Or at least on the ramp. No more nades going out, though. It's a long range attempt at a defense. Mantis said, hey, I've done this once or twice. Rampage able to find Gore. Great start here. No trades back from Colorado so far.
Yeah, and that kill from Rampage is to punish an aggressing CT-sided player. He was trying to find a way back into the round, and that's exactly how you lose out in these situations. You wait for it to happen, you punish it, and you take advantage. As a result, 3v5s, the bomb side is lost. Another kill to go the way of the T side, and Science AWP isolated.
Whoa.
Well, not really set up to succeed, let's be honest, but set for a team ace here on the T side. Captain Mantis just needs to find his kill.
I feel this just kind of came out of nowhere, though. For like Colorado was set for a fair bit and then just dropped one by one like flies. So.
Yeah, well, I mean that's kind of how it works. It's similar to Vertigo. If you lose that opening duel, you have to kind of shift your resources and you leave openings. As a result, you see teams starting to aggress. That's why we saw that kill towards Squeaky. It was punished. And at that point, the round kind of collapses on its own. But hanging on, Donut. It'll be a goal. Money's not really too good, but even on the side of CPP here, the money isn't too healthy for them. They're not looking to hunt this whatsoever. They want to make sure that this round win, they can back it up. Not only can you back it up, but start to stage this comeback, because winning a round here and there is not going to be enough to win this game. They need to win almost all of them.
Yep. You lose a single one, things go south very, very quickly. So it's a start, right? It is a start. Took one step. Let's move a few more. And, Colorado made it a little bit easier. You got two hero rifles on that side. Donut and Jarek going to light things up. Oh, okay. So there's a partial set on not buying, and then they were strong-armed into buying. Gore's the only one that is still waiting to pick up a weapon, which I think they should be able to, unless they're running on like 200 ping, which would feel bad. I don't think that's going to happen, though. So should get things underway. Rampage. Okay, so we were in a timeout. I do apologize for that one. There we go. Gore gets all the weapons in the book. There should be no waiting whatsoever. And Cal Poly Pomona, how do they want to go in this one? Last time you won an early duel, you opened up ramp side. You try anything different this time?
Maybe not. Welcome to Counter-Strike. the choice comes down to the players, right? You have to make it at the moment. That's why it's so interesting. There can be a right answer in the moment that you realize after the fact was completely wrong. So these are the risks you take in the mid rounds, and what separates good players from bad ones, knowing to take the lowest risk plays with the highest reward. And well, attention towards ramp. This is where we saw Broncos get their opening in the last round. Not looking to lose out once again. Yag's got a different position. A Molotov lands behind him. Might just spread to his feet. He'll hang on.
And honestly, Yogg is actually pretty happy because he just bit 3 pieces of util, 2 flashbangs and a molly. You're happy about that.
Well, this is aggressive. There's 2 players here outside, and attention's been drawn towards that red box. I'm not sure if they'll clear this close left angle anymore. Ooh, oh no. This is a bait and switch play. There's the attention. Drawn and punished. Cyan with that kill to trade out his teammate. And the rest of the players, they've fallen back towards that lobby position. The rest of the CT side, they know exactly what to expect.
Now they're going to take some more chances. Coda, ready to go in the push. Remember, that is just a scout. And now that you have a good read, you're like, hey, I know you're back there. I know. You have to be waiting. And Rampage said, I got you. Yogg is down. 3v3 and ramp, once again, is open. Not the man advantage that you had last time, but it's much more doable than a 3v4. Rampage getting ready with the rest of the squad. So the plan's going to go down, but Cyan, they didn't flush out the back. Rampage, though, does take one. It's down to a 2v2.
Oh, no, pushing out, though. Getting ahead of himself, Gore. Slightly, but forcing it into the 1v1. Jarek spam there reveals his own position. A flashbang to send him out, but he has no idea where Coda's hiding. And he's been fragging out so hard with this AWP.
I love it. I love it. He felt it, but that's a shot. Oh, the bait out and run back and pick up a different weapon. Are you going to pull it off? You jump forward, and Coda with the pistol said, not today. You know what? You take those baits. It was a gamble that Coda won.
I have a feeling that what just happened is Coda swung his mouse, hit his keyboard, and accidentally fired as a result. I know because I've done that before. I could be wrong. That's just what it looked like because he shot for in such a weird way. That was kind of awkward to look at. But okay, this is it. There were rounds. We said you can't just win them here and there. You need to pull together a string of rounds. I think we're getting to that point. 13-7. We've seen Cal Poly Pomona have some success, and now the pressure's starting to build for CSM. They need to start closing out this game. They need to start pulling together some of these gun rounds, because if not, not only does the pressure kind of shift to them, potentially we might see a map 3 off the back of it.
You know, I sit here sometimes and I say, how can 4 rounds or 3 rounds feel so long, right? Like, how can it feel so far away? This is one of those moments. You are 3 rounds away from getting the win, and you're just like, this is going to be so difficult. But Gore, able to find a weapon and saying, hey, we found that magical opportunity. Maybe we can fight it back. So it's going to be an AK in hand right now. Pistol firing away down on this B's site. And Sovereign finds the leg of Sion to finish him off. 4v4 still in the pocket. We still want 1 or 2 more. Super Rat gonna wait and see. Captain Mantis finds Donut.
Oh, just dodging bullets there. Getting punished for it. 2v2, the fact that it gets to this point is insane, but Sovereign will be able to pull it back just a little bit, and I think Yag's just a little bit too far away with that recovered AK. He'll decide to hold on to it. I think it's a good enough play. Grabbing 3 in this situation on its own is worth noting. It's got enough merit behind it. So 13-8. Closer and closer. When do CSM crumble? If they do at all.
I feel they may not fully crumble. The sandcastle will stay up, but at least one of the walls is starting to fall a little bit, right? Like, it's not been fully stormed. You're not fully on the ground. But it's getting there. And, you know, I think we had a timeout earlier, and now we get a chance to hopefully see a little bit of a change up. But Colorado do have to kind of stall back and say, hey, you know, we've lost a few rounds in a row. We gotta find that win back in our sails. We gotta get that momentum back under our feet, because right now they're letting CPP run all over them. And initial gun duels that feel Colorado should win if they were the team for the first half, it would have been very nice. It feels like we're getting deja vu of series number 1. First half great, second half a little bit wonky.
Yeah, and the shift was in the kills. CPP, they were just picking up a lot of them earlier on. And that was able to set them up a lot more for the later stages of the rounds. And the player that's really been helping to do that is Coda. He's been showing up a lot this game right now. I think definitely the player on the side of CPP that's kind of pushing their team into most of the round wins that they're getting. And looking to do more here. He's lurking on the side of it. You can see just thought process of, if someone just walks into my crosshair, this is a round win. But I don't think it's going to happen just yet. There's 2 players now we're towards ramp. This is kind of another example of that shifting reallocation of resources of, listen, we're not having success here. Let's make something else a little bit weaker to make the sum of our parts that much stronger. But seems like a flashbang out towards A. Plenty of players try to back this up, and off angles for some of these CT-sided players. The Cyan doubles up. Rotation starting to come through as well. Super Rat kill. So actually, he doesn't find that kill. It's Coda who doubles up as well. Yak's all of a sudden alone.
Once again, Coda pulling out all the stops to ensure that they have a fantastic time here. They're going to wait a little bit longer, but the plant's on the outside range of A. Look at that, more mollies up to the top side. They know Yag has been flushed out, but you find an opportunity, and Captain Mantis is down. Oh, this is a chance. 1 shot to rule them all. You miss, Yag! Yag finds Coda's life. And there it is, the round that they needed. Colorado put 14 on the board.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane. After all of the ways that CSM lose out in that bomb site take, they pull through in the clutch, and I would argue that's kind of what makes this team so good. We've seen the rounds where the individual just takes over and it makes up for what they might have lost in the mid rounds, and look at the difference it makes. It's AWP recovered as well. All of a sudden, that comeback just seems like it's that much further away. 13-8 looks a lot different than 14-8. Just 2 rounds needed for CSM to close out this entire map.
At the same time, for the Broncos, you cannot disregard how hard they fought back to make it this close, right? They were sitting at 5. It was a little bit more difficult, but right now, Sion said, yeah, we're ending this here. We're going to ensure that we stuff you down. You will not be able to get back up afterwards. Sovereign on the outside, going to wing it over to Secret. Look at that, someone working up Secret side, and if you do not look, if you do not clear it, you're going to be in trouble. There it is. Donut gets 2 and lives to tell the tale. What a beautiful flank. Donut finds an opportunity and steals it away. Because of that, the last 2 members of Bronco are currently locked on the outside.
And you know this is round over. Look at the economy. They're going to have to, like, I would argue, honestly, you save this. You have an AWP, plenty of utility to back this up. You kind of need this going into the next round. The chance that you pull this back as is, I mean, sure, it's there, and you can probe with this AWP. Let's go to continue to do in the past, but is it even worth the risk? These are the questions that come up in the late game that don't normally come out. And P9 looking hunting. Oh,
Going
no.
for the wall wing, but Mantis is able to another. Coda! No! Coda, that's illegal! Silent bites back. Mantis goes down, and it's down to a 1v2. Can Coda do it? No. I refuse to believe, but I swear if it's Coda, there's an opportunity. You see the backpack. You see the opportunity. You get another one. It's 30 seconds. This is totally doable. You pick up a fresh. You pick up a fresh. And Coda is being an absolute menace. 25 frags.
Time's going to start being a factor, and they've all rotated to the same place. Timing will be everything. Jared needs to look the right way, and he does. Oh my god, this knife out. We were robbed of something brilliant there.
I don't care what anyone says about this game 1. Coda has a spotlight on him, like, completely. There are 3 spotlights currently shining down, because that was a hold and a half. Like, that was ridiculous.
Let me draw a parallel for you, okay? Map 1, last week when Colorado School of Mines played, they'd been up against this exact same situation before. Map number 1 on Inferno, Ruger on the opposite team drops 43 kills.
Jeez. That is ridiculous. That is so painful and ridiculous. And right now we're getting the Shoddy coming out here, just rolling through. Gore having a fantastic time, and Yogg finishes it off. So that'll be it, 16-8, but it was not without its flashy moments. I loved it. Every single moment was phenomenal, and I can't wait to see even more, because I mean, that's just game number 1.
Yeah, somehow. I feel like that was a marathon. That was insane. I don't know why. That was the most dominant map I think we've seen tonight, with the exception. Actually, no, that's not true. Never mind. I take that back. I forgot Overpass happened, to be honest. The entire affair was just so outrageous. But it seemed like the most dominant from watching it in terms of like team performance. If Coda wasn't in the server, I don't think we see that second half like much of it at all. It's insane what he did. I definitely would say lots of parallels to last week in terms of what Ruger pulled off. As I said, he got 43 kills in that first map, and though he dropped off towards the end of the series, they never would have gotten that far without him. And I think the same can be said for the CPP side here. That was a really good fight to kind of bring it closer, but at the end of it, especially given the context of how that first half went, it just looked so good for the Colorado School of Mines side. I definitely think they deserve to win out their map pick, but as you mentioned, into the next and into the map pick of the Broncos.
I'm excited to see what they can do, so let's go ahead and go to a very, very quick break. We'll be right back with game number 2 here as Naystar League continues tonight. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with game number 2. And if game 1 was any indication, we are in for what could be a little bit slower paced, but very, very clinical game coming out of Colorado. They look strong on Nuke, and outside of Coda, it looked to be an attempt from the side of CPP. And I say that with all the love of my heart because they fought hard. It's just Colorado had their number on multiple occasions.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like there's no point kind of hanging on to this thought. It might as well be thrown right there, right out there, I would say. Coming into Anubis, the map pick of the Broncos, you can't win a map pick off of one player. It doesn't really happen. When you've got 5 players in the server, or I would say four and a bit, as I mentioned previously in the last map, you did have that one player on a Colorado School of Mines that was kind of underperforming to a certain degree, but Anubis is a very difficult map to play. Not a lot of people play it, and no one really has that much practice on it. With that said, this is a map that I could see being extremely dominant for either side, or going the entire distance again. And it leads me into my win condition for the Broncos has to be, you can't just have Coda playing in the server. You can't. You need to have the rest of the 4 players either fragging up, not necessarily to his level, but pulling their weight, or you need to be putting all your support behind that man to make sure that he not only carries you, but takes you the entire way.
Of course, and when it comes down to also the thing of, we don't even know how far CSM have scrimmed on this. Like, we don't know their level of confidence, because again, there is a situation in these when it comes down to maps, like, we just want to pick it, right? We know that the team, like, there are times I've talked with teams, like, you know, in CSGO and in Valorant, they're just like, you know, we feel like they're good on every other map, but we want to give it a little bit of chaos. We want to be like, we want to do something outside of the norm. That could very well be what happened here. Granted, do I actually believe that? Not really. But do I hope it? Absolutely. I want to see craziness. The thing is, the CSM looked great in the first half, mind you. In the first half, they looked much better in individual gunfights and taking those early kills. Second half, a little bit rougher, granted, but not impossible. But still, it's when it comes down to if you have practices or not, it just lands into who's better in the gun duels, and CSM just feel like they're going to be in a much stronger position in that facet.
Right. Let's talk about Anubis as a map specifically. This is a map that, I mean, obviously it's like relatively new, but key parts of it. I mean, obviously you've got either bomb site. There's relatively direct paths into both of them. The B bomb site, though, outside of B, there's a place where you can actually contest. The CTs have a chance to push through, similar to what you consider kind of outside, maybe on Nuke or maybe the bathrooms on Overpass, right? There's a place where you can fight ahead of the bomb site if you want to grab some control, but it really towards mid, though, that's the cutoff point, because if you have control of mid as the T side, the rotation towards either bomb site is so much longer, but we're getting into it. It's the pistol round, Colorado School of Mines versus the map pick of Cal Poly Pomona, excuse me. We're ready to get into it, man. Not that much utility. The CT side, none. In fact, not even a single kit, but utility ready to be set up over towards A from the Broncos.
It feels like the Broncos are like, we don't even really know this map. How the heck are we gonna do this? They're all walking slowly down the stairs. They're taking their time going around every corner. Oh my gosh, there it is. Zona is able to find one. Jerick is gonna fire away here on A site, and Gore is gonna take a headshot on Coda. That's an early set for themselves, and yeah. You know what? It was one of two things, and it feels like CSM maybe a bit more practice on this map than we thought before. That's gonna be very quick. Clean up on aisle A. And Cyan and Yogg take a kill apiece at the end.
Yeah, that push there from Donut towards the very start of the round, he saw him swing towards that kind of water position. He didn't see anything and said, screw it. If they're not here now, they probably won't be. I'm going to go looking for information. He goes looking, and boy, does he find something. He takes a kill with him as well. Knocks some utility out of the round, which could have been very useful into getting the bomb site too. And it all snowballs from there into being that first round for the CT side. Cal Poly Pomona, sorry. I can't do it. I can't.
You did your best, and I appreciate it.
Not working out too good on the map pick. So.
Oh! You know what? We knew it was coming, but it still looks so good to watch right there. Nade lands on all 5, and Broncos just have to eat it. That one.
I'm curious how much damage the nade did.
I don't remember.
It looked like it was close to 300, if not more.
Oh my gosh, that feels just bad, right? Like, that is just... Oh man, alright, getting underway, we do have a buyout. That is going to be CPP going ahead, grabbing weapons on everyone. Nade util is a little bit low end, but might be enough. Of course, Colorado chilling out with a strong set of nades, not so much in the weapon department, but they don't want to buy up just yet. But here we go. Bomb still back down in spawn, because this could easily happen. Gore finds Coda's life and takes the first kill.
Not really a kill. You want to be losing early on. Coda, not even a single kill this map yet. Not the best start as we had the first gun round, and that's exactly what I was talking about when I mentioned you can fight outside of that B bomb site, a flashbang to look Donut looking for kills, and ooh. I'm trying to see. The rotation back to spawn here from the Broncos back towards A. It is a response, but I think that's due to the fact that despite the fact that Dodo dies, he spotted another player that took him to the grave. I think that's on purpose. I think that smoke. I don't think that was meant to land. I mean, obviously it would have been better if it landed in the doorway, but I think landing where it did kind of baited him into position there.
Not the worst thing in the world. You'll take it. You'll just be like, hey, we're good. 45 seconds left. Sovereign and Super Rat. The animals of the team trying to figure out where the heck the exit of the zoo is. Maybe
trying to get into the zoo. Who knows?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Might be best to go back home, you know, into the safety. But for right now, Cyan has their number. Knows someone's right around this pillar.
It's a dirty angle, too. It's cleared so infrequently from there's the 4.
All right.
One of his teammates paying attention. That's for
sure.
Oh,
no.
Crosshair transfer so clean there, and it sets them up well. This bomb plant's really difficult to work your way back in from, because look at how long the rotation is. They'll double up to get through to the back lines, but at this point, they'll have lost any information. They don't even know if they've pushed through.
I can't believe that just happened, but we're still taking eyes. Yogg went ahead saying, hey, I'll take right, you take left, or you take left, I'll take right. A little bit of a run forward, so they hear it, but they look in the wrong area. Gore is able to find one. Where's the last member? You pick up the FAMAS and are not going to check, and Super Rat with a 3K gets around back. It was spicy, but it's still around for yourself.
And more importantly, they did that without Coda doing a single thing. And that's what's impressive to me. He didn't need to do anything. They still pulled that back on their own, and that's what I mentioned. The win condition for me coming into this map was, can they make it work without his impact? Obviously, showing in a full gunner situation they can. My hopes are lifted. At least I have a little bit more hope that they have a good chance of pulling this through, with it obviously being their map pick and all. Time will tell. CSM back on their gun round. Once again, Cyan on the AWP as well. Looked like there was going to be contact towards mid, but both sides dissuaded from committing.
They'll go ahead and hang out here best they can. Jarrett going, all right, well, what do we do here? Around the corner they go, though, and Gore was ready for it. Sovereign couldn't get much more than a shot off, but Super Rat said, don't worry, I got your back. Let's go ahead and trade it into a 1-for-1. Rampage off on the corner, spots someone, and Rampage gets it through the wall, so Yogg is going to lose their life.
And towards A. Rampage not waiting around as the CT side doubles up for kills. Coda will trade back in towards mid, but that's the bomb. Oh, and a missed timing here. Super Rat's got this frag every day of the week, but the bomb has actually been dropped all of a sudden. Super Rat set for the clutch situation once again, and Donut's gone aggressive on the angle, aggressive for the frag, and they've gone up in rounds. It's up to 3.
You know, it's slow steps forward. Once again, it feels very methodical from Colorado. If anything, Broncos need to start kicking up their feet. You know, go a little bit buck wild there if they want to start messing with Colorado as much as possible. For right now, it won't be this round unless you want to get real spicy with it. Deegs are out to play, or at least on one player, Coda. Gonna try and get those lucky headshots, but you know Gore. You know what Gore wants to do. It's a shotty time. It's good to pump out a couple multi-bullets out of a single shell and see what lands. Flashbang lands in front. Gore locks down one, but Super Rat's able to run straight through it, so shotty in their hand. Donut gonna fire away. Headshot. Donut burns another. Super Rat is cooked on the spot, and Rampage with 100 HP goes, how the heck do I get out of this one? Most likely, not easily enough. Sprays down the side as Cyan finishes it off.
There's a show of confidence in this round that I didn't expect to be seeing from Donut. He was caught between 3 players there. Killed 2 of them, and then swung wider for the 4th after the fact, despite the fact that he was low on HP. It cost him his life, but those are the kind of the micro details that you look at and go, if you're worried about dying, you don't do stuff like that.
You're playing way up with your ego unbridled. That's what I always like to say, at least, but we'll see what they can do. Again, this angle being held, just a little bit slow on the reactions there. Super Rat takes a chunk out of Coda, though. Or on the other side, actually tried to fight back. Actually, no one on the side of Colorado got eaten up, so, you know, just a little plant on the wall. Super Rat in the waterway, though, still chasing for an elusive kill of any sort, which leads to Colorado still playing relatively safe. You can see a spread. Default setup 2-1-2 across B and A.
Yogg is already in an aggressive position towards this A side. He's got a teammate close by to help him if things get out of hand. And it might just do so because we've got the Broncos starting to reorganize towards this position. Oh, I say that. Never mind.
Rampage feels something. Rampage is like, something's amiss here. Coda saying the same thing. For right now, though, B site looks to be the chance. 40 seconds, plenty of time to clear out the site and really make your way forward. But of course, they actually got to get inside. Sovereign on the top rung's going to watch, but a great molly locates Super Rat. What a well-timed nade. That's going to slow down the Broncos for quite a bit of time, and now they are starved of it. Outgun the nades even more. They hear the footsteps. They're chasing in, and that leaves Donut to find the frag. Sovereign, though, finds a headshot of Gore. Donut fires away some more.
Ooh.
Donut grabs 2 before falling. It's down to a 3v2. The plant comes in, so they bought themselves a little bit more time, but Jarek needs the rest of the team to make something happen. Molly sections out 2 of Colorado, and now it's all on Cyan. Cyan's going to try and do some work. Gets 1, looking on the backside for the second. Mantis is alive, but you can't get much more than that. It's Cyan to take 2, clear the site, and give it 5th round to Colorado.
Oh, man. That was... Yeah, I'm looking at that, and there's so many things to note there. Most important thing, the fact that Donut in that defense gets 3 kills, that's huge. He's put in a rough spot. There's players coming at him from 3 angles. He manages to find all 3 kills. Important frags at that, and then forced in front of the Molotov, I believe it was Cyan that kills the AWP in the post-plant situation. Funnily enough, I think that Molotov ends up actually costing them the round. Forgot the opera that was in transition there, but just not ready to be fighting.
One of those moments that you just got to be on your toes, and if you're not, you eat it like that. Coda, ready this time. Got a little bit of a wake-up call in between those rounds, able to find the first shot on Gore. Looking for a bit more, and Rampage eats up Yogg. Broncos getting a bit spicy here and finding their stride. That is Rampage with 2 and looking for a little bit more.
It's round over. It's not even worth considering. You lose 3 players that early into the round, you know you've got nothing left to say in it. You're not in a position to rotate. You're not in a position to retake. You hold on to what you got, and listen, if they end up holding on to it, it's 2 beautiful little AKs here. Got a nice case hardened here. Envious stickers on it. But this is a nice booster for the Broncos economy too. They went up this round. That's one thing. To keep all 5 players alive, that's a statement.
They are able to. That was a Coda watches his teammate tries to dodge out from that flash. That's a chance. Rampage though, gonna sprint their way out. Should be fine. Yep, easy does it. That'll be around in their pocket. All weapon carried over. Just a little bit of armor to be picked up here. Colorado. Going all right. We see ya. Gore might be the only one that can't really buy up here. Rest of them should be fine. Look at a drop. Yeah, he gets a drop. Cyan said, "I got you, buddy. No worries." And there it is. The defusal kit comes in. 4 defusal kits to work with. And Gore's going to lock in a solo smoke nade. That's all you can really afford as we head off into round number 8. Colorado School of Mines hoping to hit that 6th round. On the other side for the Broncos, looking for a 3rd.
We're not seeing the opening duel towards water this time around. Oh, this is a nice boost. I think Donut definitely sees that. Not going to be good for the kill, though. I like that we're seeing control looking elsewhere. But yeah, as I mentioned, we didn't see the opening duel this time from Gore towards the middle of the map and focus the attention elsewhere. Super Rat actually punishing a push towards bridge. That's CSM. Once again, this is something I'm noticing from them. Whenever they're a man down, they tend to extend, and it's something that CPP they've been expecting, and they've punished in the past, and they've continued to do so. A minute left on the clock as the bomb regroups towards A. Rotation coming through as well. This is an off angle from Yogg. It does not get cleared very often.
And you swing on 2. Well, buddy helped you out. I was a little bit worried on that trigger discipline, but it's enough. Down 2 or 3v3. Broncos still stuck here, but of course with the bomb down, you don't have a choice. So you got to make do with what you got. Super Rat looking on the upside there. Saying, hey, is anyone peeking around the side? So
Patience.
Far. Yep. It's quiet patience as well. 20 seconds left. Sovereign looking on the left. Found 1. Found 2. The sneaky play. Leaves Cyan the last one alive.
That's where the patience comes in. Just let the rest of your team do the work. And, well, I say rest of the team, let Sovereign do the work into the back lines. Cyan left wondering how that all fell apart. It's in through middle, and that's where the round ends. I talked about that before the pregame too. This is an area of the map where, on its own, it means very little. But in the late rounds, it can help you. It can help you shift the CTs in a different manner. It can activate your lurks, put you behind enemy lines, and it's not something you get the luxury of doing in a lot of other maps. It's another round win for the Broncos. You have to start wondering how much further can the CT side go. That momentum that we saw them have, it's not there. It's a lot more of a back and forth affair.
Hurts even more when you lose Cyan afterwards as well. So, fresh out. That's what we're seeing here. Colorado going to be working with nothing in the pocket. Maybe a Deeg. Looks like a little bit of armor for Donut. On the other side, CPP are riding high. 5.9 on Super Rat, who's carrying that op to victory. 6.7 for Sovereign as well. These are numbers that, if Colorado could see them, would be very, very disheartening. Around the corner they go. Sovereign going to spray down just about everyone. Get some good tags. Mantis helps back him up. And the nade goes out just to push him back a little bit further. This is Bronco saying, all right, we're getting back in control. Let's see if we can close this one out nicely and carry more weapons into the next.
Trying to see CSM, they're not regrouping here. They're still spreading out their resources. Actually, you've got Gore coming up the flank. I think they have an idea of what's going on here. Next concept actually dinks down ramp. That's amazing. The fact that he stays alive there is one thing, but there you go.
Let's see what they can do. Around the side, a little bit of a smoke goes out, and you see the body, but Cyan finds Sovereign. You know what? If you can get that gun, that's great, but you can't because you can't move forward. Cyan's gonna hide in that pillar once again, and oh, the fake. Oh my lord, Cyan could feel him in the smoke with him, but you can't do much about it again. I mean, they got the bigger gun. Super Rat hunting down the last two players while they're hiding inside of the site, so that's 1 and 2. And CPP get closer and closer to tying things up.
Reminder, this is their map pick. I think we're starting to see the symptoms of that coming to light. They look coordinated. Their site takes. They're intentional. They're deliberate. There's a little bit of pizzazz behind them. But CSM, I think we've seen the skill of some of these players coming to light. We've seen multi-frags on several occasions come to save them. Now that we're starting to see this disappear, what happens is a duel towards water. Both players missing their shots. Oh, that could have spelled doom for either side.
Well, it doesn't, thankfully. Depending on who you're looking at, I don't know. But Molly goes just a little bit further behind. That means it is going to pull a bit of small information again with the smoke and Molly down. Should only be a few more pieces of util on the side of Colorado. For the Broncos, they're still very much raring to go, and they want to play this one slow. They've been taking their time the last few rounds. It's made Colorado a little bit antsy. You can see them. They're trying to hold, but they're worried about getting completely utiled out. Right now, shots go out on the wings here. Over in Connector, another Molly to stuff out Coda.
And seeing the speed connector used a lot to work your way in towards the bomb site. Cyan does get a good position with Zop to actually punish the rotations in. Molotov, though, it will disguise the pathing. Second shot from the AWP. The bomb hasn't even worked its way in.
Still sitting outside. Still just chilling out. Sovereign taking some blind shots there. Just saying, is anyone around the corner pre-firing it out? And for Cyan, you're waiting. That's... Oh, no! Cyan even had to take a moment, has to reload after that one, takes a shot at the legs, but Super Rat says not today. But my gosh, are the Broncos frustrated at that moment. There was no hesitation behind that shot. Around the corner they go, and Colorado say you don't get that. What a ridiculous moment.
Getting those first 2 kills is one thing. You're like, all right, yeah, that's AWP for you. But lining up that headshot, man, that's insane. From that angle, too, it's not a very nice angle to be shooting from. You kind of have to expose yourself a little bit to go for that shot. And I mean, he does it. It wins the round almost immediately. Having to transition that second player to the right to go pick up the bomb and plant puts him out of position, sets him up to die, and gives CSM their 6th round. Ooh. So all of a sudden, now the CPP economy, it's starting to be pulled back. Hey, Coda, Rampage, might not necessarily have enough money to buy back into this next round. Ooh.
Well, bit cheeky. Once again, on the speed side, a little bit quicker on the timing, though. Again, bomb isn't here, but they just want to search for the frags, and they got it. Gore gets 1. Can you find the one in the corner? Donut is found out. Coda swings on 2, and you said it, right? This is Coda's chance. If you don't win this round, you are out of money. You'll have to sit on that save, and that's not a position you want to be in. Right now, Super Rat going to get the plan down. A bit more econ in your pocket again, but this is also going to force Colorado to make one of 2 choices, either try and chase or not, and it looks like they're saying not.
Okay, Coda waking up is a nice thing. He's been somewhat missing on Anubis so far, but those 2 frags, not only are they 2 more frags to his stats, but Those are two of the most important frags of this game. They're two opening duels to immediately win out the round. It's not very often that you see that happen. Just 2 kills and round's over.
2 rounds done. Peace out. We'll see you later. Of course, they say this is better than waiting around, and so far, Broncos have been hot on the heels of this Colorado squad. Been no real stopping as well. As much as we talked up Coda, who has done a fantastic job, it's really been Super Rat. Super Rat has taken an extensive lead here at 10 frags, trailing behind Donut and Cyan. Actually tied with Donut there, but Super Rat's played phenomenally well as well, and even trading things out. Remember, in game 1, Coda was the one that was opping out of their minds and getting some barrel stuffs and getting 4K here and there, but Super Rat this time around is going to try their luck and continue trying to push that luck forward.
Fight coming through towards middle. Jarek and Coda almost clashing there for a moment, but Coda backing off. And the bomb, at least with Sovereign in place, now maybe looking to lean towards this B site. But still patience for the Broncos side. They've been successful at getting some of these frags. By just waiting. CSM have been known to aggress the mid-round looking for information. This time they rotate through. They sticking 3 players over towards B. This looks like a read to me.
I mean, the read has to be read before it can be a read, I feel, right? Is that did I English right? I feel like I did.
I'm not sure. I'm not an English professor. I'm sorry.
Oh man. You know what? I'll go with it. We are going to take a look though. Sovereign hiding around this edge, and again, it's hiding just shy of that smoke. They're just biding their time. Last time it was Broncos pushing in quite quickly, finding the early frags and then forcing a save of the weapons out of Colorado. This time around, they're taking things nice and calmly. 35 seconds left. They're waiting the timer down, and makes you think that they got a lot of confidence in their fight. Sovereign, though, sitting on top of a molly, I'm pretty sure. And Cyan finds Mantis, just drops him where they stand. Gore able to finish off Sovereign. A little bit of a cheeky swing. Now a nade goes out. Another smoke ready to go, but Cyan saying not today. Donut finishes him off, and that was one of the cleaner rounds that Colorado School of Mines have had in quite some time.
And once again, it's off the back of the sign AWP. It's the second time we've seen it go absolutely huge in this B bomb site. If you're CBP right now, you're scared. The one thought going through your head over towards this B side is, have we killed Cyan yet? They can't quite find the right utility and put it in the right place to be able to neutralize him. And so you have to wonder, how is this going to shift? CSM, they're going to start to expect off the back of that of, listen, they're not having success over towards B. Let's preemptively put something else towards A. That's the natural reaction for both these teams. Put things towards A.
Start making it a little bit harder to figure out where you're going to go, but Colorado School of Mines is now hitting that 7th round. Get one more, you're in perfect shape moving in to the this round and 2 more afterwards. Let's see what can happen. Donut, we're tracking them move over towards that B, and it looks like they took your advice. Bird, it looks like they took your advice. Well, you know, one did, but Cyan shut it down from the mid. What a ridiculous shot there on the bridge. 3 left alive over there on boat.
I don't think he's been going for that mid gunfight. Off the back of that pause, there was probably a discussion there. Listen, we go for this fight with rifles a lot. I don't think he's going to be expecting the AWP. He swings through, takes that kill. Coda, one of the most impactful players, and not necessarily this map, but in terms of what he's brought to the table, he's gone. You know, the more impactful players than not Overpassor, and Anubis so far. Now we're ready for them to shine a little bit brighter. Sovereign Fox finding that opening kill towards Connector, and you can see the rotation being brought through Science here. He's ready to stop this. He knows what's coming.
You know, they've done it time and time again. Feels like insanity after a while, but maybe this time it will work. Super Rat taking a chance. Out comes that molly to slow him down once again. But off on the left side is there. Look at that! Sion with the collapse sends 2 to the graveyard. That is a bolster that they want. And it springs Colorado straight into action.
What do you do? What do you do? They don't know a smoke lineup to stop him. They don't know where to throw. They have to expose themselves to be able to isolate him. But if you expose yourself, they're already in the man disadvantage. So they either take that fight or they just try to Zerg rush their way in and try to like hope that numbers will make past the defense. But Oh, this isn't looking good. It looks like, it feels like CPP are out of options towards this A site. It doesn't look like, sorry, this B site. It doesn't look like they know what they're doing there. And you can see the natural reaction. They're going for this water fight more often. They're trying to position themselves over towards A. And this early kill, it's going to make it a little bit easier. But even the rounds where they get this connector kill, this B bomb site take does not work.
That's why they're fully committing to this A site. Yogg is able to find one, but still falls to Super Rat. Remember, the earlier trade leaves it in a 3v4. Sion, though, evens things up. And again, Sion is now taking a page out of Coda. Jarek eats up a little bit of damage, I believe, standing on top of Molly once again. Look at that. Multiple smokes going out. This entire site is completely locked off, but that's a nade. Sovereign eats enough of the damage to make him be a little bit worried. Gore on the edge. Now waiting it out. Around the corner to go. Take a look. A little bit of split from Heaven's side. Looking down. Sion wants that final shot, but can't find it. Jarek finds Rampage, though. And around the right side, you see the one under the box take their life. And that's the finish that you like to see. Of all times, to clear out a site, that was the one. 9 rounds to Colorado.
This time they got the bomb down over towards the safe site, which is good to see. In my opinion, it's a really difficult retake to do, but I mean, they cleared all the right angles. They had all the right crossfires ready to go. I mean, a common thing you could do over towards A is just have people swing off each other in the post play, but CSM, they were ready for that, and they got those frags. Last round of the half, 10 rounds would be amazing for Colorado School of Mines, especially considering this isn't their map pick.
We'll have to wait and see. Once again, as you said, not their map pick, not their style or choice. For right now, though, Mantis saying, hey, what do you guys want to do? How do we want to take this chance? There's the shots go out. Coda said, I'm going to enter in with one. Nades over the wall, trying to flush them out. And again, just straight through the open door. They want to take this B side. They want to make it look good. They can land on 6. That's even better. So far, only one frag, but Sion getting burned out and actually eats a huge chunk down to 38. And you're happy about that one. Coda eats a shot to the arm. Nothing major. Down to 40. Takes one in the leg. A little bit more dire. Sovereign on the edge, though. Spots one. Beautiful shot. Gore is down. Jarek finds Coda, and now things are looking dicey. Sion swinging, scoped in, ready to go. Knife is out. Here's someone walking.
There's a mid lurk
look. If you swing now, this is going to be huge.
Player through the backlines as well. Pay attention to Super Rat. He's doing what he does best, and it's not going to matter. It's the end of the first half. It's 9-6, and just despite the fact that the CSM are in the lead, Broncos are not far behind. And for a long while, it seemed like they had a good chance of coming back. This is their map pick, and we'll see in the second half how they do. I think heading to the CT side, they've got a good shot at it. I think, despite the fact that it seems like they're punching up, the right players are finding kills, and you're not going to be running into Sion and AWP on your CT side.
Nah. Yep. You're going to be okay. You're going to be happy. Right now, though, we are underway. Second half here as Colorado School of Mines are hunting for a Game 2 victory. If they do, they'll seal the deal and continue on undefeated at 6. Oh. Did Yogg really do that? Like, I think that was Yogg. And so that feels kind of bad there. Coda, though, sprays down Sion. And now it's a chase for safety. Super Rat is ready to go. And ready to fire right back, but look at the pepper spray just going through. No chance whatsoever. Gore finds Mantis, but Coda eats one back, and Super Rat locks them down with the 2K. Make it even more. Full house to take a pistol.
Okay. I think we've seen fully symmetrical pistol rounds tonight. Actually, that's not true. At least in this series. And this round from CPP, it's important. You've got a CSM side that's not investing into this, and if you make that read, you know they're coming back at a round number 3 with those guns. That means that this needs to be a good round for them. I'm not saying a round win, and you need to see all 4 or 5 players staying alive at the end of this, because anything taken out is a really expensive loss, and you can even see it towards mid. Being chased is Coda. So many pistols to fight against, but it's a narrow hallway. And he's got a teammate to back up as well. It's that quick round, and it is all 5 players alive.
Man, I'm feeling deja vu right now. It's it feels like every single time we're taking a look at that scoreboard, CPP are chasing after the tail of Colorado. They get within one, and then Colorado just seems to slip ahead.
Yeah.
It's never ending right now. So let's see if they can break that curse. Let's see if they can change things up. Right now, you can go ahead and see it's a little bit of a wait timer. We are saying, okay, Colorado, what do we need to do? We don't want to give too much away, but at the same time, we don't want to go overboard. We don't want to start getting antsy. We don't want to start getting in over our heads. We need to play smart. We need to play our own game. I think that's what they're saying to each other. So let's see what they can do. Let's see what Colorado School of Mines can do to draw themselves to double digits. Or will Cal Poly Pomona be able to tie things up and chase past Colorado to put themselves in the lead?
So, important thing to note, right? The CPP, they haven't led this, like, they haven't led a map a single time this entire series. I don't think, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, Colorado has been in the lead for almost every single time.
So this is about as close as we're gonna get. And remember, back in the first map, we saw that the comeback was starting to be formed. We mentioned that if there was a little bit more room for them to work with after that first half, that probably would have made it a lot easier on Nuke. But this is that situation. They're a lot closer. They're on their map pick. They're setting themselves up for this comeback a lot better than they did on Nuke.
We'll see what they can do. Again, Coda spraying to open things up. Sion is down, and again, Sion not being able to run that sniper that you love and know. Yogg getting burned on the other side, so Jarek has to pick up the pace. Finds a headshot on Superette. That's one down. B-side is going to be contested once again. Gore finds Sovereign sneaking on the back side. And on the back end, Donut gets a kill on Coda because Mantis tried to flash again and again. It feels like these flashbangs are doing more harm than good. Mantis, though, with a hard spray and pray, chasing forward, ran out of bullets. And they know where he resides. It's a 1v3 situation. Rampage has got to pull off a miracle here, and it's not going to happen as a bullet finds his head.
All right. Bonus round gone. That's the inferior weaponry of the CT side. Now out of commission, they can come back into the full rifles. AWP in play as well. This is going to be a little bit more familiar to the CT side, but unfortunately, having not killed that many players in the last round, the utility is going to be slightly lacking. We don't see the full kits on the server as well. Sovereign doesn't even have head armor. It's not going to make much of a difference, but you know, it's these small things that you look at. It's not a perfect CT side round.
Maybe they can make it so if they're somehow able to find all 5 members of Colorado, but Colorado are spacing themselves out properly. You can take a look, controlling those T-stairs, controlling those ruins side, trying to find an opportunity to take one out, and there it is. Yogg finds Captain Mantis through the smoke once again. That's a huge opportunity, but Coda fires one back, and the mid-bridge is now deleted. So, where do they want to go? Colorado, realizing that there are members at just about every corridor, have to make a choice. Where do you want to go? Looks like it's going to be that B side.
I'm not sure if you really paying attention towards that mid fight, but it was actually a really good setup from the CT side. They had the A1S players swing out, grab the attention of I'm Donut, and then you just set up Coda to hold the angle, wait for that jiggle back, wait for that fight, and just pull the trigger. He gets it. It sets him up well for this round. Coda in the same position we saw Cyan excelling in the last half. Molotov's off this time. Only one kill for now. So go to the bomb site, into the post, blind Superette with another.
So well done, Superette. Though does fall, and for right now, Colorado are trying to do much more. Cyan's the last one alive. Bomb is down, ready to go. Peak of one, can't get the collat here, and Sovereign finishes off Cyan. It's still the chase, but it's enough. You don't allow Colorado to go on a rampage.
The
10-9 will be that score. Feels good.
The bomb plant is important here. Not because I think it's going to motivate them to invest enough, but it means you'll see them coming into this round with a few pistols. Pay attention to Gore. It might feel like he's a hero buying AK into this. Wait, are they buying? Oh. I don't think Cal Poly Pomona will be expecting this.
If they're not, that's a huge opportunity. Again, Colorado, they don't want to go to a game 3. This would not feel great for them. They want to try and end it here and look at the sprint out. 2 on B site once again, 2 up mid, 1 holding off on A. Colorado actually pushing quite hard, but Coda was ready. Sion is down, and Uh-oh. This is Donut not having a good time here.
Heading into the bomb site. I'm looking at this, and Rampage is alone. That's concerning.
You hear it, but you look to the side and blinded out. Jarek finds Rampage through that flash. It is a perfect setup here, and now we get the setup. Everyone's getting the plan down, and it's once again in the Broncos' court. How are they going to advance on this 4v4?
You have to wonder how much they'll commit to this. Almost been ticking for a little bit now. First kill. It'll motivate them. They've got to continue isolating angles. The Molotov will help in that effort, but Yag following through. I'm Donut thrusted into the clutch, and it's planted for him, but there's an A to BP that's ready to be posted on this angle. Kits in both the players' hands. The smoke will do a good job, too. You just need to get that one kill, and they do.
So good.
They do it. That first kill motivates them to get in. The use hill follows up. It secures the rest. Coda finding 3. This is it. He was not having the best performance in that first half. It wasn't. But look at him now.
18. Feeling phenomenal. Feeling like a beast. And Colorado have got to sit there and go, what the heck happened? Because they bought in the last round, you're now locked down with just a scout as one of the primary weapons. You're praying that the Deagles can bring you a little bit of glory. But for Cal Poly Pomona, they are feeling amazing. They have now tied up Colorado, and they're looking to continue onwards. This Anubis pick has worked far better than I think most of us were expecting. CPP. Sam, what else do we need? Once again, a little bit of a slow start. Just checking around, hoping to find some of those default frags. But for Broncos, they are playing this one nice and smart, saying, no, not a chance. You will not find a lucky kill on anyone just yet.
Yeah, the one kill that you would look to be dangerous in this situation is that connector player. That's really the closest range gunfight that you'll find. But CSM, they're not really pursuing it. They've gone for that mid play. Sovereign will be the first one to find that frag. And it's this lurk out towards A that's the next concern as the bomb starts to shift back through. There's a singular smoke to make this work. Ooh, the bomb, it's in transition. The MP9, it could be set up for frags, but he falls back. That's insane, Gore. You cannot keep doing this.
I love it. Just a little poof.
Yeah.
Takes him out. Just it's the softest kill, and it's so frustrating. And Donut is gonna swing on Rampage. This opening might be a huge opportunity. Again, the smoke drops down, and there's the picked up weapon. You see one pop out, but Sovereign had a better shot. Donut is now dead. Jarek looking, trying to do the same thing, but Sovereign just does it again. Insanity is repeating the exact same thing over and over again, but Gore says, yeah, I'll repeat that kill. Once again, it's down to a 2v2 with the bomb being planted. It's on Coda. Can you make something happen? 2 flush out. They're trying to swing at the same time, but now you drop down, you leave your buddy all in one, but Mantis sprays him down.
Mantis has really been doing a great job tonight. It has to be repeated. This man's not the starting 5th on this roster. He did such great work on Nuke, anchoring that A-bomb set on the CT side. And even now, just that impact to be able to hold his own while his team is defusing the bomb. He's 8-13. Yeah, sure. It's not the greatest look. But he's doing what he needs to be doing, and that impact can't be overstated.
Being able to pull your weight, whether you are on the starting roster or not, it feels good. It ain't no Ted. We don't want to see another Ted. That's all they're saying here.
Yeah.
Super Rat finds Scion, and again, it feels like CPP have gotten a little bit of life. It took them 20 rounds or so. But they are alive. Coda screeching across there in mid said, sit down and don't take a chance. Remember, this is a gun round for Colorado as well. And they are lost. You can see it. They're pushing up on that T side upper and then on the outside of B. And they still look lost. They have no idea where they want to go here.
It doesn't seem like CSM... You watch them play in other maps and you see them have this innate feeling of where the opening is, and it doesn't seem like they have it here on Anubis. A man disadvantage, they regroup because they feel like there's no other option, but they're walking into this bomb site, and, well, you've got Super Rat in play. This double op setup, it springs into action and smoked out. It's a brick wall waiting for them.
This is looking rough, but Gore is going to try and change things up, but, I mean, there's not much opportunity. It's really just how many more can you steal away? The most you're going to get is 1, maybe 2. Other than that, can you do more? You're down to about 19. And from the side, Sovereign says, I rule this angle. Is now 12 to the Broncos as they are chasing away. Just need 4 more so we can go to overpass.
This, it reeks of a map 3, to be honest. I think CSM, they need a pause. They need some time to talk about what's going wrong because these last few rounds, they haven't looked good. The rounds that they've been winning, as I mentioned before, they've been due to heroic plays coming out from some of these players. Right now, Cal Poly Pomona, they look like the better team. And that's a scary prospect heading into a potential map number 3. And I don't know, it's not just the openings that CSM is missing. They're lacking the confidence that they've been working with, that they've been reliant on in previous rounds. The immediate reactions from them don't seem to be the same. They're playing textbook Counter-Strike, and that's arguably the opposite of what they need.
They need that spice. We said it earlier. Broncos brought some spice, and now it's needed on the other side. But Yogg might have found it. Jarek finds another, and out of nowhere, they spray it down. They bought into this round. It was one of the last chances that they had, and they found it. But Super Rat and Captain Mantis are still alive and still able to make some magic happen. Remember, that op is nasty with it. So, what can you do? Time's ticking down. It looks like they are going to save here. So Broncos say, you know what? We're in the lead. That's more than we can save for game number 1. Let's go ahead. Let's play this smart and slow. Let's give ourselves a much better chance in round number 24.
Holding on to all 4 of these rifles would be important. You can see they're not really looking to hunt, and ooh, AWP recovered. That's always a nice little touch. I mean, I have to remember that the Broncos were working with a double AWP setup here in this round. Arguably why they decided to save. But, all right, CSM, that's a good round. All off the back of those openings, but listen, you win the rounds if you get the kills, right? That's how the game of Counter-Strike works. And so they got them. They won the round. They need to follow it up, though. They can't continue to lose openings.
And hey, you never know. This could be an opportunity. They took a gamble. They got some spice going. They ran hard and didn't stop. So do they want to do it again? This is another timeout. You can see here a little bit of or not a timeout. Yes, it was. My brain, again. I don't do this myself. It is a timeout. It has been taken, and now we get to see if the teams have regrouped themselves. Colorado saying, let's do this, everyone. We are fully stocked up. Nades good on Cal Poly Pomona's side. Let's see what magic happens, whether it be for Cal Poly Pomona and they break their way back into game number 3, or Colorado School shuts the doors here, passes once again. Only time will tell. B-side feint here. Colorado putting all 5 on this edge, by the way. This is a much bigger stack than I think we may have been expecting.
Mid player started to rotate out. Cyan. Smoked off. Might go for the timing shot here. There it is.
Oof.
No connection.
Felt the whiz, though, for sure. that one was like, oh, yeah.
A little bit of a pop, yeah.
Oh, man. Let's see it, though. Again, this is also where Broncos struggled last time. Remember, Broncos just hard ran in the first half at this B side, and it looks like Colorado are going to do the same. Full stack up. This left side is there, but look at that. Through the smoke, they're able to angle all 4 in, but they're gonna get swatted down. The crosshair is just too good. Mantis able to find 2, and now the hunt on the back end. You get the spray. Jarek does it while blind, but it's still enough damage. Look at the HP levels. Very well done by Broncos. They've got themselves an opportunity, and now they just got to close it off. Pinch on the back end. Take a look at that lurk. This should be Broncos finishing it up.
Sign's a crucial factor in this situation. Making sure you don't swing him and don't lose kills in the process is huge, but he does get him killed in the back lines, and Jarek isolated in a 1v3. He's got the kill in the first. AWP needs to be killed next. Koda's turret, not just in this map, but for the entire night. Back to a 2-round lead for the Broncos.
Oh. Broncos gotta be breathing pretty heavy there. You know what? They're happy that they got the round, but again, it is a little bit spicy. We said it before. This is a team that is looking at Colorado and saying it's a big mountain to climb, but they're doing it. They're fighting back, and they're fighting back hard. Colorado got a full buy out there, able to get a little bit of econ, and you can see it there. Jarek dropping quite a bit of money to keep them moving here. Sion with an op in hand. Let's see what they can do. If they lose this one, they will have one more gun round afterwards, but you don't want to have to do that. It is now Colorado chasing after the tail of Cal Poly Pomona. Will they be able to catch it? No, Super Rat says, sit down. My tail is not for you. Can't get the second, but one is enough.
The fact that that was so close to being a second frag, too. I'm surprised it actually didn't go his way. A grenade deals some damage, too. And he continues to deliver some more. Koda punishes elsewhere with his AWP, and this is cheater on the T side.
I mean, at this point, you're just like, we're just waiting for the inevitable, right? Sovereign finds Jarek. It's all down to 7 HP. It is 14 rounds for the Broncos as they are 2 steps away from giving us a game 3, from giving us that chance to finally see Colorado and make a stop. But if they want to fight back, they can. It's another buyout. Again, Econ working in their favor a little bit. Nades are a bit shy, but it's more than you could probably ask for. Colorado going to give it another run.
Oh, man. Remind me, how many maps are there in a best of 3?
Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 3. We got 3.
I think you're right on that one. And with that said, you could tell. CPP right now, they're eyeing that third map. They know exactly what's waiting for them if they just push this over the line. 2 rounds to go. They've been looking good. They just need to follow up. The pressure's all on CSM right now.
It is in their court. They got to pick it up, and they got to find those weird angles. And again, they're taking a little bit of a chance. Oh boy. Still playing it nice and slow. CSM, and they find Super Rat, and that's one of the big frags. Again, Super Rat has put up 21 frags so far in this game, but Sion finds the back of Coda. Look at that. A chance opportunity, and they're going to grab onto it as much as they can. Will it continue, though? Will it follow through? Oh boy, Jarek waiting for the rest of the team before they start making a push into this A site. B has been their main point of contact for the last 3 rounds, and this time there's one defender here. Do they find it? Oh, drop down to 8.
Then actually, that damage alone scares them away from the round. You can tell they're like, nope, all right, nope, retake's not happening. We're gone. It's fine. You got this round, and it's worth saving too. Nope, they don't necessarily need to hold on to these weapons. They might be able to scrap together some sort of buy in this next round, even if they went for this retake. But they're playing the long con here. They know exactly what's waiting for them if they lose that next round too. They want to make sure their economy is healthy for the long term, because that's exactly how you're going to push CSM not just to their brink, but how you that's how you win the map in your favor.
Gotta agree with you on that one. They're gonna save up. They have a little bit of breathing room. This is by far the largest lead that they've had in this game and nigh this series, so they'll try and keep up. It'll be 2 rounds difference, and remember, we ain't going to overtime just yet. No wonders about that. It's wondering what will happen. Oh, Mantis found Yogg on the back end, so a nice little pick-me-up, as it'll be Colorado School of mine saying, okay, we lost one, but we still have enough money. AKs all the way around. No op, though, for them. Instead, it's Cal Poly Pomona saying, you will have to face our wrath.
Double up setup back in play. Continuing to be in play. These opening duels, they've been found off the back of it, and it's those executes as well where we see them coming into action. That was a close shot, Super Rat. Don't scare me like that, man. Oh. Every trigger pull, just an opportunity. Either side to take the lead.
Every trigger pull is bad for my heart. I'm watching through the smokes. We've had, I think, about 3 random shots through either blinds or smokes that have landed. I'm just like, this is so scary. Donut finds Coda. That's a headshot through the smoke. What did I just say, Bernie? What did I just freaking say? It happens. You can't stop for a second. It is so dang frustrating on either side to not know if a smoke will save you or not. Those blind sprays have done so much work. Minute left on the clock, and with an early frag, CSM have decided not to move just yet. Broncos are still spread quite thin. It looks like it's going to be this B site once again. Look at the rush. 3 set up outside those doors. 1 coming in from the connector, and they're going to chance. There it is. Gore completely blinded out, though. Badona burns Mantis, so Mantis is down, and the site is free for their own. Another little molly goes out, tries to get in the doorway. But what more can be done? Where do they go? 3 left alive. Rampage, Super Rat, and Sovereign. All 3 of them wondering, should we take this chance? Do we actually want to take this fight? Oh, dear Sovereign. There's a little bit of a cheat angle. You can see through it, but you don't spot anyone. Rampage cheating up. They're going to try and take this, but Jarek finds Sovereign. That's an opportunity, and you do get 1 more back, but it's still 3 left alive. Colorado, 1 away from tying things up with Bronco. Verde, I know we said we wanted to map 3, but Colorado School of Mine sure as heck don't.
I would agree. And you say that we're like 1 round away from tying things up again. I think we're actually going to get there because some of these players can't afford to buy back into this. Look at this. Deagle's coming into this for most of these players. We see an armor for Captain Mantis because he can afford it, but oh man, I think they'll be able to afford a double up setup into this next round again if they want it, but they're on the brink. This is it. We're coming to the tail end of this game, and it's 50-50.
They cannot break here. They cannot stop, and their rush gets something. Yag is down. They'll be able to grab 1 weapon. Sion actually burns on the other side. They get a little bit to take a damage, but Broncos, they did some work. They surprised the heck out of CSM, who are on a nice edge right now. Look at the lurk on the top ropes, though. Inside of this A site, the plant will go down, and the rest of Broncos will have to work their way around. Remember, they only got 1 weapon. Sovereign is currently carrying that one. And they have to work through so many deadly traps. Look at those angles being held.
Ooh, Jarek's trapped. He knows it. Finding a way out of it, though. Straight through the mess. He pulls himself out of it, and CSM, I think they've done it. They pushed it into another tied scoreline. It didn't seem like it was possible.
Oh, no.
So I say that. Never mind. No. It's not over just yet. Oh, wait. No kit in play. Means I think I might just be around right at the end of the situation, but the damage has been dealt.
There it is.
CSM, this was a lot more expensive a round than they wanted. An AK recovered for the CT side too. It's feisty round at best.
I mean, you can. We talked about mental so long, even in the earlier series, but I think this is the best encapsulation. It feels like the teams are trying their best to pull macro plays out, and then it just kind of devolves into hold your nerves and hit your shots, right? We see the rotates from Colorado. They are moving as a squad, but as soon as gunfire goes down, things start to look hairy. It's hit or miss with some of those gunfights. Jarek holding it down on the back end, but some of these rounds, Cal Poly Pomona have found opportunities, and it just comes down to a single glance, the wrong moves. Mantis taking a chance at a swing here and finds one looking the wrong way. Rampage is able to follow up, and Mantis finds Yag. That's going to be 2. Jarek fires back. Rampage is down, but the nade does so much damage. Gore, through the smoke. This could be huge. They don't step out. You can't see. There's a foot. There's 1. There's 2. That's going to be the double up, and it's down. Super Rat is left with 1. What a break. Are you kidding me, Birdie?
The double op setup, it's gone. Out of the Broncos react, they go full aggro. We push towards B. We get the trades, but we have to react. They push back towards mid. They get punished. And that's a brutal blow. The op is thrust into the clutch. It's a good weapon to do so, but it's not the right weapon to retake with. The first flick doesn't connect, and it's CSM. They're back in the lead. Map and series point.
It doesn't matter, Birdie. It doesn't matter that they're in the lead. I swear, there is nothing that matters. These teams do not care. Their aggression, their level of power, they are playing with confidence on the edge. Colorado at the last possible, I'll say the 11th hour, maybe not the 12th. It has been Colorado. They saw the 14 of Cal Poly and said, we don't have a second chance. We gotta fight back, and they have done so. Cal Poly scrape by with a little bit of util, but all the weapons that they could ask for. This is do or die. They have to make every nade count.
3 FAMASs. Desperation. Clash of weapons. Jarek lucky to get alive. Now information.
Armor.
And information too on where the AWP is. It's motivating enough. It's justification to walk in towards this A site looking for this first frag. Gore was taking a step back, letting his teammates come in, but it's given time for the CT side to react. They're coming in. This is going to be a full-out brawl on this A site.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Bernie. I would not have it any other way. It went from B swing to A swing, and we're right back here. Look at another one. That's a second, but you can't hit the shot. Oh my God! Why is Jarek alive? Why is Jarek alive? How? How do you survive that and get to walk away and tell your story? You still not dead. Donut finds Rampage. This cannot be how it ends. There is no way that it ends like this. Mantis is back. Gore is down. Do you check behind the box? Do you find it? No, Young holds it off Coda with a beautiful off shot, but there needs to be more. It's 1v3, and it's over. Colorado storm back to take Anubis 16-14.
I have no words. Absolutely zero. Both. That's like there's so many stages during that second map where I was like, oh, this is over. Oh, it's not. It's over. It's no way. No, it's. I just have no idea what's gonna happen. That was amazing. What an ending to map number 2. What an ending to the series.
My heart is racing right now. Like that whole last round was so much chaos, and I have to say, I would not have wanted that game to end any other way. A fantastic showing from both these squads. There is a reason that Colorado are 5-0, now 6-0. But there is another reason that Broncos were 4-1 moving into that. They scrapped to the absolute bitter end. And I want to keep talking, but we have to get thoughts from Colorado. We are going to go to a very short break. We're going to get an interview rolling, and we're going to pick the brains of the team that brought it back from 14-11. Do not go anywhere. All right, we're back. My heart is steady. I'm alive. I know that much because I was pinching myself all the way through. We wrote them off. We said we were going to game 3, and it did not. And now we get to see how they feel. We have from Colorado School, we have Colorado's very own Cyan, one of the members that brought it back. Cyan, how are you feeling after that series?
Unbelievably excited, I guess, is probably the best way to explain it. I think that 11-14 scoreline gave you all the drama that you could want in a game like this.
Yeah, man, let's go back to the start of the series, though, right? It starts off on Nuke, a map that's very well known to be very difficult to play. The current CT side economy could be absolutely brutal, and it benefited you guys a lot. There were so many times where you guys went back-to-back rounds, and they just kept coming at you guys with pistols. But heading into the kind of the second half, we started to see you guys struggle a little bit. They started to come back. What was going through you guys' head? And I guess what allowed you guys to succeed so much on your two sides?
So I think with our T side, our biggest struggle was waiting for our executes. We had all these plans, we had all these calls that we were looking forward to using, and we would just rush it. We would get that mini player in a bit too quick. Our top hub molly would be a little bit late. The flashes would come in a little late. We'd rush through Squeaky and kind of run into a situation where we had a lot of players on A site that were not pushed off by the util that we had prepared. So once we started to kind of get that back under control, I think you could really see that our T side really succeeded the way that we wanted it to, especially after we finally got our executes where we wanted them.
Yeah, so leading off of that too, both these maps had performances that were absolutely insane across the board. I mean, we're talking about you off the AWP on Anubis. Your CT side was absolutely insane. Just that B bomb side, just it doesn't need an introduction. You know, but talking about Coda as well on the other side of the server, there's so many individual performances. What was it like to be in the server to have to react to all these moving conditions, all these players that at any moment could just pop off?
I think trying to counter Kodo is pretty difficult. He's a great aimer, and especially on that T side on Anubis, my con peaks were not as great. The CT side felt incredible. Those angles felt good to me. I was hitting my shots. The T side, I think that just shows my unfamiliarity with the map. I think that's like the second or third time I've ever played it. So those angles are still new. Taking those timings, those fights are a bit difficult. But I mean, there were some pretty good aimers in that server. So they ran us for our money a few times, but in the end, we clicked the pixels on the screen. I guess that's really all I can say.
Yeah. All right. Well, last question for me, at least. Talking about heading into Anubis, that it did not look good for you guys. As you mentioned, that 11-14 scoreline, it's not really one you would want to be coming back from, especially on your opponent's map pick. In my opinion, personally, it seemed like you guys were somewhat lost. It seemed like you guys had ways to get into the round, but they were focused on individuals. There were multi-frags. There were openings that you guys weren't necessarily planning for. What happened to get you guys back into the game?
I think we were very confident in our executes. We had kind of displayed that they worked. Even our fast A plays, or a few of our slower plays where we moved around the map a lot. I think you could see that, especially on the mini map, how dynamic we were, how spread out we were. Kind of waiting for those opening duels because we knew they would give it to us. And once we had that person advantage, it was really easy to just throw the executes, throw the util that we rehearsed, and really just believing in our T side. I think there wasn't ever really a question of, oh, is this going to work? Is it not going to work? We had shown that it worked. We knew that we were capable of playing it. We had all of our individuals playing pretty well. And so it was just a lot of confidence in what we prepared. And I think that going into those like executes, making sure that we had our nades going where we wanted them, when we wanted them, really kind of showed how we progressed from that later delayed executes that you saw on Nuke into our quicker, more effective executes on Anubis.
Oh, makes sense. Thanks so much.
Of course, and now one fun one for me. We saw a moment that Jarek should not have been alive in that last round. I gotta ask you, what were the comms like? What was going through your brain? Like, watching Jarek get out of absolute chaos, what was that like?
Honestly, I saw it from the minimap only and then watched it back on the stream after we won that round. That was insane. He really kind of threaded the needle there. Don't know how he did it. He's our very own smoke magician. I was calming the whole time to play relaxed. We had good position. It was a 5v5 retake. Like, that's as good of a last round as you can get. And Jarek slipping into that position, getting that first kill, and then living to get out of it, damaging that player cameras, shooting the guy in heaven once. Like, that was insane and really kind of what we needed to really push it over the edge.
Of course, it was fantastic to watch. Now, of course, with that, you guys are continuing your undefeated streak. Is there anyone that you would like to give huge shout outs to, respect to, or give a thank you to here on this broadcast?
Honestly, everyone who tuned in, we really appreciate the support. It's always so cool to kind of see the chat go, and especially in between matches when we have that knowledge that we just won and we're waiting for everyone to react around it. I think there were a lot of really good plays that I'm glad a lot of people got to see. So huge shout out to that. And of course, our coach Regen, he was also in the chat, pretty active user, so huge shout out to him.
Of course. Well, again, congratulations on the victory, continuing that run, and hopefully you guys end an even more flawless season. I can't wait to see what you guys have in the postseason as well. So again, Cyan, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you very much.
Of course, with that, we are done with tonight's broadcast here. Birday, any final words before we close things out?
I mean, I'll just mention, I always do, that it's always a good time here on the Naystar League broadcast. Counter-Strike always delivers, even if when it's a blowout, it's always fun, and even when it's a close game like this, I guess in this case, when CSM's on the broadcast, it's always a good time, man. It's always a good time. And even when it's not the Varsity Premier matches, in this case, you know, open Premier games for both series, we're here to have fun, and we always do have fun.
I mean, this is my first time here, and I loved every single moment of it. Across 2 series, it was an absolute blast. Thank you so much for tuning in. Now, of course, this will be the end of this regular week. Now, of course, on Monday, we'll be Rocket League here with Naystar League. That'll start at 7 p.m. EST, so make sure to tune in your clock, and maybe there's some little bit of spice over the weekend as well. We'll wait and see how that one goes. Of course, with that, my name is Ortal. With me has been Birded Box. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic evening.